Whoops. Good morning, everyone. Something just fell off my mic. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, March the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys. Well, China is still in disarray. Look at Queb. This was the awesome short from Friday. And this is still moving down, down 8%, $2. This is the China ETF. So if you're looking to short China, this is what you do. You know, you can take a look at individual China stocks, of course. I'm going to talk about a few of them that have popped up in my scanner. FUTU. Is this an all-time low? Not quite an all-time low, but there's FUTU, there's YUMC, YUMC. I mean, they're all gapping down. But again, if you just want to play one of them, KWeb is probably your best bet if you're looking to short China. Momo is another one. Momo is actually, man, remember Momo? Momo is now an all-time low. Just basically an all-time low, MOMO. But I mean, there's Bob. I mean, you can take your pick of any China stock. But again, if you're looking to short the China market, KWeb is what you do, KWEB. Other things happening here. So, NKTR, big gap down for this one. This is a big failure, phase 3. This is an all-time low, of course, now. And I'm actually looking to see if it takes out 5. This could take out 5. And might give us a nice short for the rest of the day. I mean, it's already, I know it's down 50%, but we'll see what happens here. Maybe, who knows, maybe 5 holds, and maybe there's a bit of a bounce, but this is a phase 3 failure. Now, this could be the crazy one, guys. KSCP. I mean, it's already crazy. Well, not quite crazy. It's only up 14%. 15% now. Great volume. I don't know if we can trust that float value. I know it says 659,000. But all traders are looking at right now is what happened 3 months ago. And what did it get up to? 2750. So it did have some news. I mean, read the news, something about a real estate developer in Denver, etc. So, I mean, there was some news with this one. I mean, whether it's going to hold, but I do have a couple of alerts set over $6 and see what happens later. This is, actually it is shortable. How many shares? Actually, surprised, there are a lot of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. But, I mean, this could go crazy, of course. All traders are looking at is this, $27 a few months ago. You should go over the trade of the week. The trade of the week is RIG on a pullback to 450. So you can see it's already pulled back there. Now, of course, this is all to do with the price of oil too. I noticed, I think oil is down $5 or something. So, you know, all these energy plays, of course, are going to be so connected to whatever the price of oil is doing. Elms, wow, this is another one. Elms is all-time low now. I don't see any specific news on it. EV play, electric last mile solution, EV play. Agri, one of the big ones from last week, AGRI. What did it get up to last week? I'm sorry, that was that was last week. I got up to $5, $5.15 or so. Seed, I'll call it a seed play, agriculture play, okay? AUVI is up on a 1 million share buyback. AUVI up on a 1 million share buyback. Up to 1 million share buyback. Another China stock. I just mentioned this one just because it's an all-time low. It's super cheap, but you never know. Another China stock, all-time low. Oh, remember Yalla? There's Yalla, guys. This is another all-time low. Don't see any specific news on it. It's they're going to have earnings after hours today. This is where Abu Dhabi or United Arab Emirates. Okay, so yeah, all-time low. YALA releasing earnings after the market closes today. The bets are being placed already. This could be interesting. ASO. This is gapped up on news that they're going to be added to the S&P Small Cap 600. So ASO, let's see if it can maintain these gains. And LBPS, this is low volume, but I'll mention it anyway. LBPS, I don't see any specific news on it. LBPS, low volume, only 16,000 shares are traded, but it is up 12%. Low float, 15 million in the float. Issue I've got is maybe all this resistance on the way up here. So, but I'll mention it. You never know. Just don't see any specific news on it. And Muln. Yeah, that was actually the top of my list. M-U-L-N. M-U-L-N. So the high of a few days ago was just over 2. Again, no news on this one. Don't see. Well, okay. Mullen feature on Carbuzz, the 5 EV crossover. Okay, so it was featured on Carbuzz. I don't know when. Now this one is also up, but it's just not very much volume. ERYP, just not a lot of volume. Meanwhile, another China stock. Well, I mean, there's just so many of them. BEKE, look at BEKE, a lifetime low now for BEKE. Okay, in case you're wondering, Volt is a buyout. VOLT is a buyout. Excuse me. Volt is a buyout, so that's why this is up here, flatlining across. And the other buyout is TRQ, kind of a buyout. I guess Rio owns a bunch of TRQ, wanting to buy the balance, $2.7 billion. So in essence, this is a buyout. So in case you're wondering why these are up, I'm not talking about them. Maybe. I didn't even look at them. I didn't even look over the weekend. I know I always tell people that that's what you should do, but none of those low float IPOs have been released. So, but no harm in putting a. How many shares, Cam? Just put this in here. How many shares and what was the IPO price? Any idea? I'm sure it's low priced. Well, I'll just put that there. So if it comes out tomorrow, we'll know about it. How's that MGLD doing? This was, man, it got up to $7 before it pulled back. Is that right? I don't call this an IPO. I mean, it looks like an IPO, but it's sort of an uplisting, but okay. We'll call it an IPO. It got up to $7 or so on Friday before it pulled back. No. You know Jerry, Fritz, Felix very well, okay? You know very well that the trades of the week are not shorts. You know that very well. Ha! Look at this topping tail for LI. Some of these China stocks are getting, I see these topping tails. Yeah, look at this. Some of these China stocks, I'm seeing these huge topping tails. Crazy. All right, 9/11. Let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Morning, YouTubers, just en masse. Well, now, okay. This is a bit of a change. There are a few upgrades and there are a ton of downgrades. So let me get a few of them in. This is from briefing.com. All right, there are the upgrades, and now let me see if I get a few of these downgrades in. There are a lot of downgrades this morning. I'll bet you, yeah, I'm seeing a ton of China names, of course. Like my guess is that most of these are China names. Keep hearing PDD. I know that's a China name. JP Morgan's all over this. I'm just looking at all these ones at the very beginning of my downgrades. They're all JP Morgan. Needless to say, JP Morgan bearish on China. Morgan Stanley bearish on Oxy. Okay, I mean oil prices are starting to slide, and they were down $5 this morning. Still over 100. All right, there are some of the upgrades and a lot of downgrades this morning. Cocoa. I saw cocoa for some reason. I don't know why. I saw cocoa. Was it up or down? COCO. So it was down. Did have a downgrade this morning. Not trading very much. I think the reason I notice it is another one of these ones that is very close to an all-time low. So again, if this if it just picks up steam on the way down, is it shortable for me? It is shortable for me. 100,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Now, at one point, the market was, it was up here. Actually, that might be I can't remember if this was a fake pop here, but at one point, the market was up about 3 points. This is on the SPY. Up 1.8 right now. My guess is we're going to have a slide. There we go. So I'm continuing to watch the NKTR just to see if it takes out that 5 level. It may bounce. I mean, 5 may hold. Might get a bit of a little bounce play for it. I'm watching the KSCP as it's pulling back a little bit. It's actually not up that much. It was never up that much. You know, all relative, of course. Some of these things can be up 50, 100% in the pre-market already. Just watching that area, 2750 that it hit on the 31st of January. Okay, Jerry Fritz, I'm going to indulge you. Did you read the email? Did you read it? Regarding the trade of the week, did you read it? Oh, absolutely, Mars. When you say stable, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, my main issue was the chart loading and all that. Chart loading is fine now. It's been fine for a few versions. So if that's what you're talking about in terms of stable, but chart loading is completely back to completely back to normal. Well, if you don't see a beta, then what they've done is they've just saying the beta is now the production version. Let me just do a quick check on the website and just see. Yeah, that is the latest version. There may not, yeah. So the beta now is the beta, this was the beta, so this is the production version, so they've been basically merged, okay? But this is, when you say stable, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. If you're talking about the way the charts were loading before, they were slow, that is not the issue anymore for sure. Okay, what have I done here? Just a minute. Somehow I got all this highlighted. Yeah, give me a moment here, please. I don't know what I've done here. Everything is highlighted. I can't. Might have to reload my. Might have to reload, guys. So just give me a moment. Oh, Jesus. Just a minute. All right, guys, we should be back. I don't know what happened there, but anyway, we should be back, right? You guys can hear me and see the screen again. All right, let's take a look at, let's see, 922. Quickly have to, well, not quickly, let's take a look at the sectors, see what we are going to have for a start anyway. So I'm going to look at the sectors, and my guess is that energy will not be at 100%. Except it was at 100% on the downside. Okay, I wasn't sure if we're going to have that 100%. Usually it's all or nothing with energy. So what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors. This is a glimpse at what we're going to see on the open. Okay, so the market, so the market is up a little bit. These are the major sectors. Look at financial. So what do these percentages mean? So in the financial sector, XLF, the main ETF, of the stocks that make up that sector, 95% of them are up from Friday's close. Conversely, XLE, these stocks that make up XLE, 100% of them are down from Friday's close. Okay? So this is a glimpse at the very beginning. So tech, 62%, communication, 62%. But right now, financials look to be the strongest sector, and of course, energy looks to be the weakest sector. But again, this can turn around in a heartbeat. We looked at this 15 minutes from now. We could have a different picture, but right now, this is what we see. So all those crazy little low float situations that we had for things like Indo, they've all really given it up. Too bad I never had any shorts for that one. It could be, but again, I would just look at KWEB, KWEB. Hard for me to believe that the same action will happen as happened on Friday. I mean, that was just. I mean, look at this. Look at this daily candle. I mean, this closed right at the low, and it was virtually down all day. I mean, there was very, very little uptick in this one. Doesn't Nile own? I have no idea about Nile owning a bunch of MULN. But again, another low float situation, 4.2 million in the float. So this ASO guys, let's see if this really holds. I mean, they've been added to the S&P Small Cap 600. Look at these China stocks, XPAV, LI, I'm sure, NIO. Oh, okay, I see what happened. So, yeah, a lot of these China stocks look like this. There's a big topping tail. Big topping tail. I don't know if that's for a lot of stocks at that time. Let me just check a look at, say, Microsoft as an example. But we're seeing, look at these topping tails for these China stocks. Boy, that KSCP, guys, I mean, that could be the crazy, crazy, crazy one with that float. I mean, here's your news, okay? It doesn't matter what we think of this news. This is the news regarding KSCP. Wow, JD just throw a dart, guys, on these China stocks. JD. Didn't really talk about Moderna. mRNA had a little bit of a pop in the pre-market. Well, there's the NKTR now. Just underneath 5 now. NKTR. Yeah, so the energy stocks, of course, are getting beaten up with the price of oil falling somewhat. Be interesting to see if it can take out 100 at any point. Maybe not today, but soon. So consequently, the rate, yes, it is the trade of the week, but I mean, it's really dependent on probably the price of oil and what happens. So the fact that it is triggered in the pre-market, I would probably wait to see if it triggers, but once the market opens. But remember that it's probably pretty dependent on what the price of oil is going to be doing. Yeah, less than a minute. Thank you, William. Was that you, William? Yes. your only job of the day. All right, everybody. So the market's going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit, but we'll see. Yeah, so oil, I mean, 100% right now. Remember, all those oil stocks are down. All right, we're now open. And China, what did K-Web do right off the bat? Wow, look at the 10-day daily breakdown already giving us some. But I don't like right off the bat. I mean, it's hard right off the bat. What happened, Paradox? What did you do? The pi? Pi to a million decimal places? There's K-Web on the way down. Okay, this is not a China, it is a China stock. I'm sorry, AFR. No, it is not a China stock. Or is it a China stock? No. Couldn't remember if this was the one controlled by. Wow. That's right, this GDRX. So this is an all-time low. GDRX is at an all-time low right now. GDRX. Down goes Queb, guys. KWEB. Yeah, man. So this AFRM, this is a fairly expensive one to be at an all-time low. AFRM. Queb guys, KWEB. Bam, right down. Huh, interesting. Look at Riven, guys. RIVN. There's actually shorts of me today. On Friday, there were no shorts. Give me one moment, please. Okay, what are the markets doing? So NAS is down, Dow's up, SPY's up a little, and KWEB just boom. What can you say? Here's another one, FXI. I don't large cap ETF for China. Wow, look at the volume. Wow, just picking up steam, guys. It's breaking. This is going absolutely crazy. Look at all these China stocks right here. Not Riven, but look at all these China, most of them anyway. Going absolutely crazy. Man, oh man. I mean, there's this has never been quite as active. I mean, the 10-day daily breakdown, I got some pretty tough filters in here, but these are just, of course, all China stocks. Wow, look at Billy. Holy smokes. BILI. This is ridiculous, though. Of course, that didn't happen. NKTR is now really drifting down below 5. Kind of watching this FXI. What actually trades more? KWEB. Let's see, what 6 million in that. So what trades more? Yeah, so actually the FXI actually trades a little bit more. Really? I don't see it. Well, you must be looking at something differently from me, Shady. I just don't see it triggering. I mean, maybe down here. I think I see what you're saying, but this, I don't know. This, I would have thought it would have been able to have held up near that 6 level early, but hey, we'll just have to wait and see. MULN, guys. MULN over 2. MULN over 2 now. And it's taken out those highs, right? 195 and 176. So Waiting to see if this FXI can. It's a bit of a bottoming tail here. Let's see if this holds or if it starts to move down. FXI. All right, guys, so finally my sound alerts have stopped after frantic opening here. So they're obviously, see, we didn't see this at all. We didn't see this on Friday, I don't recall anyway, for KWeb as an example. We didn't see this sort of action at all. So now I'm just going to wait on the FXI and the KWeb. Meanwhile, the markets, yeah, so NAS is down, Dow's up just a little bit. The SPY has now gone negative. Yeah, I thought I just don't see the markets being positive today unless something unnatural happens. We have firm AFRM just getting destroyed here. AFRM, can't remember, was there specific news? I don't see any specific news other than the fact that it's an all-time low, AFRM. All right, what was the pre-market low for AFRM? It was, wow, it's way down here, 27.66, 27.56. Yeah, you got to be careful with the MULN. I mean, it's pulled back. I mean, yeah, it looks great because it's up 30-40%, but you know, if you're chasing this, I'd wait for another 2 break maybe. What I should have said is if you chase this, you know, it is pulled back a little bit. No, wait. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, let's see if this is just a momentary pull-up for these China stocks. Kind of like that. All right, let's see if FXI has any sort of, I think it's at that 27.43. I think it could continue down. Or maybe today's the day you pick one of the China stocks and never mind the KWebs or the FXIs. Yeah, oil guys, I mean, look at Marathon. Marathon was one of those ones that kept moving higher and higher and higher. Marathon, MRO. So again, as I said, yeah, the rig was an idea, but really you had to watch what was happening with energy. I would never have taken this one, today anyway, unless energy pops up. You got to be smart about these. Keep an eye on the ASO, guys. ASO added to the small cap 600, and it's holding. Okay, on the upside, wow, that Paramount. PJ, you still got this Paramount? PARA is moving higher here. So we're having a bit of a bounce in these China stocks. I'm noticing. You just have to keep an eye on either FXI or KWEB, and you can see we're having a bit of a bounce in these China stocks. How long that lasts, I don't know. Is Grub halted on news? I don't know. Let's see. I think Grub has ceased trading as Grub. I don't see. I can't tell you. I mean, this is Friday afternoon. There's no trading yet today. I don't know if it's halted or not. I know they were a takeover. All right, okay, there's your MULN above 2 again. The high was 209. Meanwhile, Riven. RIVN. Yeah, there's no volume. I mean, it hasn't traded at all today, Grub. I just don't see it on my halts list. All right, now we're getting some in my gap continuation or reverse. So yeah, this did not happen on Friday at all, okay? So what I'm talking about is we're getting a bounce in some of these China stocks. And this did not happen on Friday at all. So there's QFIN, there's FUTU. Again, for how long? I don't know. Shoot. Shoot. I missed this. So the ASO just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, of course, on the upside at 3406. And I missed it. Whoa, look at this one, LILM. This is almost an all-time low. LILM, almost an all-time low. I mean, I guess that's the all-time low right there. Takes out 3. I mean, what's holding this up? Riven, RIVN. All right, so NKTR, I guess I can't be too upset missing that first short. It's back at 5 again. Back at 5. Oh, Riven, guys, RIVN. I have actually, GME, 88 or so is a real key level. No, in fact, it got there. Or is it 85? Around 85? That's the low of 2 months ago. I mean, man, if it takes that out, maybe it's finally going to be over. We've said that, I don't know, 100 times. All right, so this one just showed up, LILM, just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Aha, they gave it to me. Interesting, it was down 20%. Wasn't sure if I'd get a short on this, so I've got a pretty tight stop on it, LILM. See if it works. All-time low, right? Yeah, all-time low. So the alert was at 296. It actually popped to 298. So I got a short at 297, but I've got a very tight stop on it. Well, there's a stop, I guess. I don't know where the stop is for rig. If you have the email, I'm sure it said there was a stop. I don't know if it's the 10 SMA or the 20 SMA. But listen, I don't know if you're here in the pre-market. I would never have taken rig. I mean, just because it says take it at 450 on a pullback, you got to look what happening with. You had to look what was happening in energy. You know, so why would you take an energy play? On a day like today, why would you take an energy play when we looked at the pre-market, every single energy stock was down. So, whoa, there it goes, LILM, come on. Key rash a little bit more for me, please. What was the stop on rig? I didn't read the entire email. I just saw, you know, the suggested entry. I don't know what the stop was. All right, guys, sorry. I'm just obviously keeping an eye on the LILM. I might regret not taking some out on it, but I would have, but it ran so quickly down. So anyway, I'll just have to wait and see. I mean, again, short at 297. Another lifetime low, guys. Man, oh man, lifetime low for KC. How can I not say in the Sunshine Band? But anyway, KC lifetime low. All right, AFRM, another new low, guys. So the pre-market low was around 27.55. That, of course, that would, I mean, we don't count the lifetime, we don't count data in the pre-market or post-market when we're looking at lifetime ranges, etc. So, but this did get down to 27.55. And that is AFRM. Actually, KC got halted on the way down, or just got halted. See, we've had this bounce in the China stocks, guys. I mean, that's a big bounce. 730, wow, up to 982 for BEKE. What is that? Where is LIL? It's not a China stock, I know that. Germany, okay. I'm hearing agro, AGRO, on the way down. Beef cattle ranching and farming. Where the heck are they out of? In Luxembourg, okay. Obviously tax sheltering or something. Yeah, Molt's hanging in. I mean, it's just underneath 2. It's hanging in. Boy, AFRM, guys, this is now right at that pre-market low. Almost, I shouldn't say that. It's almost at that pre-market low. AFRM. Nothing really holding this up. All right, so I've seen some of your bounce plays. The issue, of course, well, not this one. MPLN is is this a SPAC? No. Okay, so some of them are energy plays. So unless energy has a rebound en masse, All right, guys, affirm AFRME. I'm sorry, AFRM. What is holding this up? AFRM. I'm just trying to see any specific news on it, other than just they had. No, May 9th is their. All right, Casey just opened, guys. Casey just opened. Of course, all-time low now. All right, so China stocks are starting to give it up again, but it's been a little bit choppy. I mean, not quite like Friday when these things were straight down. There was no bounce at all. What's the market doing? So the market is, I don't know if that's a true bottom tail or not, if that was truly a red bar all the way down or just a flash down and up. I did see that regarding AFRM, but you know, raising sales guidance and all that. But okay, guys, I'm out of the LILM, basically flat. I was waiting to see if I get into the 280s again. It didn't do it, so I'm out of the LILM flat. So some of the individual China stocks, which have, Momo really didn't bounce. Agri just got halted. So what's the high looking left? 523? Meanwhile, PJ, your para is almost these highs over here. 35, I know you're out of it, but 35.74, I mean, man, it takes out that 35.74. What could happen? It's not. This looks like an IPO, of course, but it's a spin-off or something, so that's why position a lifetime range, 10%. So that tells you that this is truly not an IPO, but some kind of a spin-off. All right, we're getting a lot of, wow, look at the AFRM reversed in a big way, guys. AFRM reversed in a big way. So we're starting to see some reversals. So here's another one. ONON is another gap down and reverse. Well, that's a big reversal for AFRM. This is kind of maybe interesting. CCCS. What's the volume like? Pretty light. Let's see if there's any news on this one, other than the lawyers saying a bunch of class action suits against them. Well, so much for the KSCP. I really was thinking if we could hold near that 6 level. Of course, it's still early, relatively early. Got an alert set up here around 6, see if it takes it out later. Man, Las Vegas Sands, look at this. LVS is almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is back here, 33.30. Yeah, the all-time low is 33.30, and this is almost there, Las Vegas Sands. Viacom, yeah, I think that was a spinoff from Viacom. Yes, that's why it looks like it's an IPO, but it's really not. All right, so Agri resumed. Okay, so the next high, again, looking left, is way up there at 518. Well, this PARA just keeps moving higher. The reason I hear it is it's the only, remember on Friday, if you guys were here on Friday, we didn't get one on the breaking up in volume, not one stock. And this is the only one today. And there it is, PARA, just making new high after new high after new high. Well, you're about the bounces did work briefly. Anyway, Zach. Okay, guys, I'm really watching Agri to see if it takes out 440. The only reason I'm doing that, of course, is just because traders are looking at this, what happened on Thursday. That was Thursday's action, right up here around 520. Of course, it's a low float. See if rig has bounced. Some of the energy plays. Wasn't RKDA sort of a sympathy play? Not that it's doing that, but some pretty big China reversals today, guys. Big China reversals. That was the play, really. I mean, you didn't know this, but I mean, look at this. Look at these bottoming tails. And then moved up higher. So a lot of China reversals. So far. Boy, nothing stopping para. I mean, this is now the high over here. It's 35.74. It's basically there. Okay, look at the market. Green bar right there. So everything is now positive. Dow's positive, SPY's positive, even NAS is slightly positive. So putting in a green bar here. So bounce plays. Bounce plays should, well, they've been working. Look at para. Man, oh man. Parabolic, obviously. I'm waiting on this agri to see if it can get into that 440s again. Some bottoming tails here, little topping tail, but some big bottoming tails here. Sellers tried to knock it down. Yeah, Grub is, yeah, I mean, the fact that it's not trading at all and it stopped trading on Friday afternoon, yeah, probably a delisting. Just don't see any actual news on that. And it's not even loading. The symbol is not even loading into IB, so this one was halted earlier also. AIH on the way down though. AIH on the way down. HUN guys, HUN. It's showing up in Zach's topping. Boy, that's coming into what looks like a big resistance area. HUN. What are we at? 40.37. So the high looking left is we're at 40.65. So 40.65, 40.49, and 40.63. This could be coming into a big resistance area. This is on Zach's topping tail scan, topping plays. Any news on it? Well, it's on an earnings play. No, I don't know. There's a dividend that was announced. But that was, yeah, early this morning, I guess. Ah, man, this one kept going. I mentioned this one probably around 50 cents ago. ONON. I mean, we're getting a lot of gap down and reversals right now. Well, Agri did not take out 440, so that may be a no-go. Somebody said that Grub has changed to. Let me just type that one in. They delisted JTKWY. JTKWY. Thank you, Hussein. I wonder when that starts trading like this. It's not loading into. Well, actually, it is loading into IB. We don't have the symbol, so I guess this is what it's been changed to. So it's a pink sheet stock now, I guess. Yeah, I'm staying away from China today, guys. It's too much guesswork, in my opinion. And I've got these topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, right now, the China stocks look like they're, well, of course, they're all bouncing, most of them. All right, Agri, I mean, looks like it wants to try to hold 4, AGRI. Maybe 414 gets it rolling. So I'm going to stick a price alert at 414. Or not. It's challenging 4 again. Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank actually had an upgrade this morning. I can't remember by who, but Deutsche Bank DB had an upgrade this morning. However, it's got a little bit of room, not much. With 20 cents that hits those highs, so not of interest to me. I don't think there's anything wrong with the mic. Nobody's mentioned anything. Let me see what the background noise is. My wife's got a radio going, but other than that, wow, a lot of bounce plays, guys. Lots and lots of bounce plays. China stocks bouncing. But do we really believe that? Do we believe they're going to bounce all day? Well, Hunt is definitely getting into that resistance. Well, looks like resistance, doesn't it? I mean, HUN looks like resistance area. All right. Well, KSCP. I'm holding out on for a 6 break here, guys. I mean, I'm not going to I'll give up 30 cents, but I mean, this has a ton of room if it really wants to get going. All traders are looking at is this on January 31st when it hit whatever it was, $27. Well, hun, wow, it's very strong still. I'd be, as it gets closer and closer to 41, you would think it could stall. A couple of topping tails now for KSCP on the 2-minute chart. If it takes out that, I mean, again, the closer it gets to that 6 level, to get to, again, in the pre-market, it got it to 612, 613 or so for KSCP. Yeah, with the market, I mean, the market being choppy like this, you're right, Zach. Scalping probably is the way to go today. I wouldn't expect some. I mean, look, there's always going to be the odd one that's going to have the strong trend, but look at this bounce for TCOM. I mean, these bounces from the China stocks have been awesome, but okay, guys, I'm watching all these bounces to see how long they're going to bounce. I mean, we don't know, of course, but I mean, will they actually go positive? KWeb, let's take a look at KWeb. Hmm. All right, so Agri again trying to make a little move here. All right, there's some volume that came into the KSCP. Now, again, I don't know if this float is right. You know, this is what our provider has, 659,000. Whatever it is, it will be extremely low. Okay, so, and the volume, look at the volume coming in. It hasn't, it's popped it sort of, but not through this level here yet, the 6th level, but lots of volume coming in. So my guess is that a lot of these energy plays are starting to bounce somewhat. Let's take a look at this will not be 100%. Talking about the sector status, and we're going to look at energy, and this will not be at 100% anymore. Well, it almost still is. There's only one up. But we're seeing some bounces. Of course, this is you know, I should almost have this change from the open instead of change from the close. So we're seeing some bounces in the energy plays. But you know, this still looks like, I mean, 95% of them are still below the close. I almost feel like I should change that to the open. All right, guys, Agri is getting interesting. AGRI, getting interesting. Wheat. We haven't seen wheat for a while. WEAT. After this huge run up, they kind of, you know, did really nothing the last few days. It takes out 1073. That could get it to rocking. All right, GitLab. This is, man, another all-time low. GTLB, an all-time low. Don't see any specific reason for it. I always kind of halt because I want to see if there's any sort of there's the KSCP getting closer. Excuse me, closer to 6. No, I'm holding out for that 6 break. All right, GTLB on the way down. Wow, on the way down in a big way now. Now it's down 10%. And again, I don't see any specific news on it, but it's an all-time low. Underneath that whole number now, 31 or 32. Continuing to watch the agri to see if it really, really wants to get into those high 420s. That'll probably get me in. All right, Hun may have found a top now. HUN may have found a top. I mean, just look at all this on the daily chart. My friend, good morning. In our YouTube room. Okay, guys, agri is on the move. You're definitely keeping an eye on that low float KSCP to see if it takes out 6. It could, I mean, if it does, it could really break right through it. Meanwhile, agri on the move. Ah, the thundering hooves. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, well, what hasn't had a bounce really is Las Vegas Sands, LVS, another new low. I mean, a little bit of a bounce here, but another all-time, almost at an all-time low for LVS. All right, agri. There we go. Well, the key was getting through that 430 or 425, 420 mark. So I'm boy, really watching that KSCP though. Whoa, there we really go, guys, on the agri. Good volume coming in. Remember, trade them. They're not going to go up forever. The magnet is at 520. Thursday's high is at 520. 514, okay. Could stall right at 5. Yeah, well, it takes out 36 again for para. So, guys, here's the deal with this KSCP. I mean, it could be a violent surge through here. So this is one in which I have some price alerts set here, but I'm gonna be really have to be maybe very quick if it does it, because it could be one of these violent ones that just takes it out and just rips. I don't know if that's going to happen, of course, but. Give me a moment, please. Yeah. LILM. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but it is progressing down. That was a short I had early. Basically, got stopped out flat, but it is now progressing down. It's an all-time low. LILM. Boy, this is a GTLB, guys. Well, obviously no support. It's an all-time low. GTLB. All right, guys, I have sold out most of my agri, okay? I'm just wary of the way the market is today, okay? So we had the big topping tail up to 477. So I've sold out most of my agri now. Ah, man, this GTLB, the only issue sometimes is the spread. Boy, Las Vegas, again, guys, Las Vegas Sands, LVS, almost an all-time low, LVS. Look at Para. You're right, PJ. Look at this. Para just made a new high for the day. Just took it out. It's just what a rip here. Had a pullback, but not a huge pullback over the last few days. Not a huge one. I don't know. I'm going to hold out for that 6 break. Definitely, Zach, on the KSCP. Come on, one more leg down for GTLB. Just had to deal with the spread with the GTLB. I am. I'm just. I just have to watch it so carefully because of that spread. However, we should just all be in para. Man, oh man, that's actually a red bar ignored right there on the 15-minute chart. In fact, it's a beauty because you have a bottoming tail. Buyers took it up here, narrow body right there, and then the pop right through it. What was the trigger? 35.99. So yeah, the agri is still strong. I'm not in it anymore. I'm not in it anymore. I just wanted to. I mean, look, if it takes out 5, and then 518, look out. I mean, then the next high is way over here, 715. I got a little gun shy on this thing because it was just sort of jumping around. So it's definitely trading better than the KCSP right now anyway. All right, I had to get out of that stupid spread. So kind of flat with the GTLB, made a little bit, but not a lot. I was really hoping that spread would catch up, get down to that 31 level. That's the issue sometimes, but okay. So I know I'm a little bit late, 10:41. Usually I do this around 10:20, but man, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. So a little look at my home page. I don't know. I don't try to guess what Fed's going to do, TRD. All right, there is my homepage link. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use. Get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. All right, so we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. $2,000 for the premium minus the 15%. That'll get that down to $1,700. Standard, $1,000. That'll get down to $850 using that promo code. You don't have to, go on an annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Okay, the big difference is the AI. I'm going to go over the AI. a little bit. This is what the AI looks like right now. Interesting. Shorting Diddy. Interesting. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. So we have 3 free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It did trigger, but you know, I was sort of saying be careful on it because it's an energy, basically an energy play. Energy was not strong this morning. So it is rigged and the trigger was 440. It is coming back to that trigger. We'll have to wait and see what happens the balance of this week. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. And all the education is here. I'm not going to go over any great detail, but we have a great user guide here. We have our introductory lessons. Daily support. So today is Monday, so in our YouTube room, when I do take a break at noon, one of the other traders takes over. It should be Sean today in our YouTube room. I will verify that before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. Chris Farley, of course, is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And the daily webinars, so there should be one today. We're on our Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? And last, on my homepage are my scans. So obviously you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have access to my scans. So here are all my scans that you can take a look at. Give me a moment. All right, so I just showed you, I am sharing a lot of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. So this is good for those of you who, don't necessarily want to build any scans from scratch. You can take a look at my scans. You can also adjust them. In other words, you can like the price range. Of course, you can make a change there or other changes. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? So if I click on the Momentum channel, this is what you're going to see. The GTLR, yeah. Why didn't I do this when I was in it? Now that spread is caught up, 3107, 3115, but oh well. Momentum, so we have a momentum scan here. You can take a look at it. Right click, configure, summary. This is what it's looking for. All right, these are the filters we have in place. If a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why GLAD shows up. If you like this scan, you just save it to the cloud. And again, as I said, you can make changes if you want. Changes, in other words, maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100. All right, and just say okay. Now see how it's changed, say okay again. So now you've changed it. So if you like it. So in other words, what I'm really trying to demonstrate here is you can go through the different channels. You can see the different scans that we have already created. If you like it just the way it is, then you can save it to the cloud. If you want to make a change, do that, and you save it, then save it to the cloud. Move on to the next channel. And again, just take a look at the different scans that we've got. Save them to the cloud. You might see something you like, save it to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one by one, thereby creating a layout for yourself of scans that we've basically created for you. So you don't have to know. If you don't want to create anything from scratch, you don't have to. But of course, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right-click on an alert window, right-click, configure, I click on search. These are all of the alerts that we have created, and when we get to these icons, these are the filters. So there was no programming language to learn, all right? What we've done is we tried to create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our thousands of subscribers. They can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters, obviously, okay? We just have a lot of them so that, you know, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Now the AI, if you have, this is what I'd be doing now. I would click on New, Dock Channel Bar, okay, and click on Holley AI. I would take this window and I would save it to the cloud, okay? Because there's no, I mean, if you want, of course you can have this channel open all day long, but all I really, my recommendation anyway, is just follow these stocks as they appear. And if you save this window to the cloud and then bring it back as part of your layout, then for instance, tomorrow morning when you open Trade Ideas, and you have, you know, obviously part of our premium service, this window will be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? And how you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry, you have a stop. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. Interesting though, I'm surprised they don't have the stop here. Another maybe easier way to do this, because what we're trying to do here, there are more alerts today, I believe, but all we're trying to do is focus on the ones that are working. Why focus on the ones that aren't? Okay? This is now, for those of you who want to trade, auto trade the AI, that's not going to make you happy, but I don't believe in auto trading. So if you just focus on the ones that are working, so this is what I would do, because I'm surprised they don't have the stop price in there. I would click on New and then AI/Holley Strategy Trades window. And if you click on that, this is the window that you'll see, and there is the stop price. Okay, and just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop. You know, track the ones that are working all day long. Forget about the other ones. And then I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. Let me just see this again. I'm very surprised they don't have a stop as a column. I mean, of course you can add it, but okay, I'm gonna give me a moment. I just want to make sure I'm not symbol shares entry last. Okay. Oops. Okay, just want to pass that on. I think the stop column has to be added here. I mean, you know, you should know where the stop is, so. Yeah, the ASO, I should have been paying way more attention to it. I mean, anytime these things are added to, you know, the S&P, this one is added to the S&P 600 small cap. Just too many other things going on for me. Blasted that CTLB. Man, it got all the way down to 30.73. It was just, I wish that spread just had tightened up when I was still in it. And that is another one that is breaking up on volume. ASO. We had none. I think this is the first day I can remember that we had nothing in these breaking up on volume on Friday. I know the market was down. Wow, look at the market now. Holy smokes. That was up 400. SPY's up. NAS is up. HUN really didn't drop, guys. HUN did not drop. Very modest drop. Could this really be the end of GME? Every time I see this one, you know, getting into an area like this, the low is over here at around 86.29. Right there, that daily low right there, that's the monthly low 2 months ago. All right, take a look at ASO. What's the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 40.85. That's got room there. On the daily chart, what's the next high is 36.17. It's got about $1 until it hits that next high. So, I'm sorry. Yes, $1. Yeah, 36.17. So it still has a little bit of room. ASO. Trying to see if there's any news on this GTLB. Yeah, come on. I mean, all right. So RBC reduced their target from 90 to 60. There's got to be other stuff. I mean, it's an all-time low now. Oh boy, RCAT was, RCAT actually showed up on I haven't really paid much attention to my option scanner for about a month now. It was gold for a long time, probably several months. I really haven't paid that much attention to it, but I do notice that it did trigger RCAT 203 at 10:03. And so, yeah, from 203 to 227, not bad to start paying maybe a little more attention to it again. What's the spread? Not the spread. So it's a fairly low flow, 30 million. Where are they out of? Don't recognize. Puerto Rico. I didn't recognize that flag. Okay. Okay, as I said, guys, ASO has room. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but the next high looking left is 36.17, I think I said, right? Yeah, 36.17 is the next high looking left for ASO. There's GME, guys, now at that low. Boy, I mean GME is, I mean it's right at that 2 month, 3 month low now. Yeah, so looking left, 2 months ago, that is the low 2 months ago. Yeah, it could be. I was expecting a bigger collapse under 5 or NKTR, but listen, yeah, it may just continue down. I mean, it's down 55%. IMAB, let's take a look to see if there's any. No, another all-time, almost an all-time low though. Where well, it's a China stock, so I mean, granted, a lot of the China stocks have bounced, but it is a China stock, so there is that. So let's take a look. Is that pop for the China stocks over? Not yet. I mean, it's base, like a lot of them are probably just basing. KWEB, there it is. I mean, it's just basing. China Internet, I mean, this is ETF. But a lot of them are probably just doing this. Well, I guess it's just a sympathy play with agri, seed play, wheat play, whatever. If I had to guess. Talking about the RKDA. All right, KSCP getting my interest again. Okay. All right, guys, let's see if it romps now. Again, all traders are looking at is this 27.71. Not saying it's getting there. Yeah, so Y10, yeah, another agri stock, I guess we'll call it, agricultural stock. Y10 coming into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, just KSCP just got a hold onto that 6 for a long time, established a nice base there. Yeah, GTLB had a big pop actually, big. Don't know how many short. Let's see. I mean, can I short this even? GTLB, not GTLB. The KSCP. Can I even short that? Yeah, actually, there are shorts available. For that float, I sort of wonder if that is really the float. Come on. Ah, you're right. Well, it is. Well, for me, I've already got that 2-minute cross, 40.83, and that is on the hunt. So it actually did finally top out just around that 41 mark. I had to pay all sorts of attention to KSCP. Lots of volume, guys. Lots of volume. KSCP. Take a look at the volume. Oops. Look at the volume bar right there. Look at that. I mean, this is. Yes. Okay. Okay, guys. Patience, 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 patience. I mean, man, oh man. Wow, look at this now. Okay. Just waited and waited for that little six break. Taking some out, guys. I've taken some out. I'm not going to chance that it's just going to drop again, but taking some out of the KSCP. Whew. That definitely took over from the agri guys, I think. But you've got to trade them. Look at the volume. Biggest volume bar of the day now on the 15-minute. Look at that volume. All right, so I don't have very much of this left. Okay, if it takes out 650 again, it could have another run. I don't have very much of it left. You know, you got to be awfully careful with that sort of a float. Ha! In fact, so showing up in your topping scan, Zach. But I mean, that's a lot of shares available. I'm very surprised at Interactive Brokers. Very surprised. 300,000. I was expecting either none or very few, but there's a ton of shorts available. I just have my doubts about that float. Maybe somebody can go to another website and see what they're coming up with a float on that. I just have my doubts at 600 because listen, it 650,000. This should be up 100, like 2, 3, 400%. I think I saw. You know what? I mean, when we had this day here, I'm pretty sure I even went to Finviz. I don't even know if Finviz had it listed as a stock. Let me try again. Okay, they do have it listed now. Well, they have about the same float. They have the same float, guys. Interesting. 660,000 shares. That's amazing. I'm just surprised it's not up more, that's all. All right, here's another one on the way down. Wow, look at this. EGHT, 36 down to 10 over, well, about a year. Las Vegas Sands keeps making new low after new low. And now it is an all-time low. LVS is now an all-time low. Man, LILM is doing what I wanted it to do when it broke 3 a long time ago. Unfortunately, I did not hold it as it you know, it went back over 3. But LILM, all-time low from the 10-day daily breakdown. So that's what we say, guys. You got to trade these. You've got to trade these. You cannot expect or walk away, even worse, walk away from your computer thinking, all right, you know, this took it out and it's just going to keep going and going. The next high, actually, let's take a look. I didn't even look at this. 613, 635. It got up to 677. So 681, that is the next. That's the level. It almost got there, 675. Huge level would be like the 10 level, of course. Actually, I thought that. No, okay, it is moving down. Where's GME now? $86.29, so. Yeah, I did not have the the guts to short it. Shoot, look at this. Look at this LILM. Now, YTEN, what are you doing? Again, agri stock. So it is through the 200-day moving average, and the next high looking left is 721. Not in this one, but you know, it's got the room, but you're in chase mode right now. You know, I would be keeping an eye on Agri, AGRI, to see if it keeps moving. That might drag the Y10s further and maybe the RKDAs further. So-called Agri sector. All right, guys. I mean, some of these are starting to reverse. Some of these little energy plays are starting to reverse. There's the MARPS. That was, of course, an absolutely crazy one last week. MARPS. What did it get to? Got up to $32. A little bit of a break on the 15s. But again, 1.6 million in the float. Be really, really careful if you're going to take something like this. You know, some of these things, like call it a starter position. Don't take too many shares so you can withstand the whip. And then if it starts moving, you know, maybe you can add. But I mean, you've got to be awfully careful with this 1.6 million in the float. Shoot, this ticked off about this LILM. This was been an awesome one. This is again from my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, take a look at NABL. Woo. Boy, it got down to 937 and it pulled right back up. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Sometimes these bottoming tails, even though they look like it can't really have happened, sometimes it's for real. So I'm going to stick an alert around 969 for NABL and see if it starts moving down again. And that is from the 10-day daily breakdown. What's MGM doing? How about the other casinos? I mean, Las Vegas just getting creamed here. So MGM is not, I mean, it's not great today, but it's certainly not like LVS. How about Wynn? Yes. Wow, even Wynn is way down here. Of course, it's all China-based, right? Yeah, Macau and all that, so it's kind of China-based. So, not kinda. Now, guys, look at this. Look at the couple of red bars now. 15-minute chart for the SPY. So the NAS has now gone negative. Well, this is Legend. LEGN is, I know it's on Zach's bounce scan, but it showed up it showed up at first at 32.40. It is now 31.71 now. I mean, it could bounce at some point, obviously, but let's take a look here. I'm just looking at maybe some areas of support. Yeah, the weekly chart, I mean, that's too far away. Okay, guys, so gap down and go. API, another all-time low. China stock. This did not pop with the rest of the China stocks, okay? So this is on its own. So this is an all-time low for API. Lots of shares available. They're short and interactive brokers, over 4 million. I'm going to wait, see if it takes out 7. I mean, it just continues down. So this did not pop with the rest of the China stocks. Ooh, RCAT. Look at this. Okay, all eyes now on my option scanner again, perhaps. There it is. Only one trade, only one alert today. 203. This is now at 241. You know, and it's a low float, not crazy low. Coming into the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers because this is coming into the 200-day moving average. If you've got shorts available for RCAT, I mean, this looks like this could easily stall it. 257 is the 200-day. We're not that far away. I just don't have any shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Well, Zach, at some point this legend LEGN may bounce, but boy, it's trying to see if there's any news on this one. I mean, the last news I see is that Morgan Stanley, this is on the 7th, what are we now, the 14th, so a week ago. Yeah, but who cares about what they said a week ago? Yeah, the top of that 15-minute candle for KSCP is about 630. 632. I'll stick an alert there and see if it happens. Well, there is the bounce, okay, for a small one anyway, for LEGN. There is a bounce. Here's an Israeli stock, not quite an all-time low, GLBE, not quite an all-time low. This is where I'm getting these guys. This is I sort of resurrected this one on Friday. The Small Gap Breakout. Okay, now it's not on my homepage. Anybody's interested in this one, I can share it. So what it's looking at stocks that did not gap down much. Okay. It's looking at stocks that within, well, let me just show you. So the gap was no more than 1% either on the upside or the low side. A lot of people don't like, they look at gap downs, they look at stocks that have already gapped down 5, 10, 20%, and they just don't like, to try to trade those. So what this alert window does, it limits the gap to 1%. On either side. Of course, you can adjust that if you want. But then it starts moving after that. And so it now has to be, if you look here, has to be now 2% from the close, okay? Might even change that from the open, but 2% either down or up from the close. In other words, they're now moving, but with a small gap to start, if that all makes sense. I have some other filters in here, of course, but I sort of resurrected that one. I used to watch it. Whoa. Well, I can share it. Okay. I mean, it's not on my home page. Small Gap, here it is. Okay, so I can share it. Okay, there it is, Jungle Jim. And I have it on don't repeat. So, I mean, these are all the ones. I mean, look, probably too many. Okay, this is on the don't repeat. So these are just all stocks that have met those requirements. So, I mean, if I were really going to be looking at this, I'd probably want to tighten these filters up. I thought I would just look at it today, though, just to see what was happening. And so here, here's RNLX. But you might want to put more volume as an example, okay? You maybe want to up it to, I don't know, 300 or 400,000 shares. The reason I kept it at 100 is that I wanted to see them at the beginning of the day. Beginning of the day, they may just be ramping up. So that's why I kept it at 100. But hey, of course, it's up to anybody who wants to, change the filter values. But the concept, it's just the concept of something that did not gap much on the open. The opening print was not a big gap. And then afterwards, though, it started to move. Mr. Anderson, well, Shady, yeah, your NKTR drifting down. I probably should have taken that on that 5 rate, but wrapped up in other things, so. Yeah, that looks like this KSCP may be over. I don't think that new. I mean, look, the news was okay for it, obviously, but not that these things need news, really. I mean, it's just a float, and traders looking at it going, hey, could it do this again? GFAI, okay, is that over $1 again, or no? But, yeah, I mean, a lot of volume coming in. Well, this is an interesting one from that scan. Arcus. I mean, look underneath. It's got all sorts of room. Arcus, RCUS. All right. Meanwhile, the market is okay. We had 30 minutes in a downtrend. Let's see what this next candle brings us. Sort of liking this RKUS just because of the room it has underneath. I'm sorry, RCUS. RCUS. Look at the room it's got underneath here on the daily. I mean, the next low looking left, it's way down here, 28.72. That's $3 away. Not a lot of volume. Interesting. NKTR did not show up. Wonder why. On the 10-day daily breakdown until 460. Obviously, whatever reason, some filters weren't met. Arcus, guys. Arcus, RCUS. All right, we're now 45 minutes, and well, we got 9 minutes for this one to close. This 15-minute candle. 8 minutes now. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, now market is definitely in sell-off mode. Look at this, 45 minutes now. Another 5 minutes or so for this to close, that last candle. Of course, there's no support at all for NKTR. Why? Well, it's an all-time low. So many places that NKTR showed up, guys. Gap continuation, gap down and go. Of course, in the 10-day daily breakdown. Here. No, it didn't show up. Oh, well, here. But it's interesting. There must be some filter I have that blocked it from showing up early. Of course, we all saw it in the pre-market. That was the main thing. Trying to figure out why it didn't show up earlier, though. I know why. Now I know why. It had to be 40 cents below the open, and that was the problem. Sometimes with these cheap stocks, that doesn't happen until a little bit later. That was the issue. See, I've got one of my filters here. Has to be 40 cents below the open, okay? So consequently, it took a while for this to be actually 40 cents below the open. All right, guys, it's 11:43, so I just want to confirm that it'll be Sean in our YouTube room at 12 o'clock. Correct. Yes. Okay. Okay. Just the confirmation. Okay, guys. So Sean is he's an options trader. Okay. So if you're into trading options, not that we don't scan for options, but you know, if you're into trading options, you can pick his brains about what he sees. We do have some option filters. If I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then type in options, I'm going to show you what we have. We have the put call ratio. Option volume is, that first one is the average number of contracts, both puts and calls over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, puts and calls. Put volume, call volume today, and then the option volume today percent is kind of the key one. So for instance, in this scan that I've got, you know, which did produce the RCAT, the beauty really, I mean 203, 240 now, that's a beauty, I mean on a percentage basis. So this is what it's looking at. Okay, so it has to be a minimum of 2,000 contracts, and then that would have to also represent 300% of normal. Okay, other filters here, but those are the kind of the two in tandem. So when you look at RCAT, you know, obviously 6,000, and this is a huge, huge increase in volume activity. Okay, that's 10 times normal. So, can it help you trade the actual options? I don't know. I mean, there are some that say it can, who use it. At least it helps you zero or identify stocks are having abnormal option days in terms of the number of contracts. And again, can that help you trade the actual option itself? I don't know. I don't trade options, but anyway, Sean is going to be there between 12 and 1. All right, guys, I'm just kind of staring at some of my thumbnail charts. Wow, look at that DWAC. I know a lot of you follow this, but man, oh man, just getting another one just getting taken down here. Well, unless I see, let's see, I'm just looking at a couple of yours now, Zach. CTRA, that could be interesting. 2291 was the alert. It is an energy play. It is an energy play. So, you know, what is energy doing? Let's take a look at the sectors. See if there's any sort of yeah, no, I mean, again, there's only one stock, and that's HFC. That is, and that was actually on your. No, it wasn't. No, there's another one. HFC was only one stock is above Friday's close. That make up XLE. And we've got some big ones down. There's Devon and of course Oxy. Meanwhile, RCAT, wow, I mean, this is tomorrow, I promise. I will watch my option scanner again. Getting close to that 200-day moving average, closer and closer. I mean, I'd be really surprised it would take it out. So if you've got shorts available for this one, you know, I don't, there are no shorts available, interactive brokers for it, so. All right, look, this KSCP is trying to come back a little bit here. It is over 6 again. Pretty big bottoming tail, got down to 560.73 or so. But you know, you got to be awfully careful. And I'll be taking my breath. I'm not touching this now. Gold stocks, yeah, gold stocks and energy stocks not doing well. SBSW is a gap down and go. Yeah, Agri, I'm gonna forget about Agri. This takes out 4, look out below. Yeah, okay. BDR actually got halted because of news, BDR. And they're announcing a review of strategic alternatives. In other words, how the heck can we sell ourselves and salvage some pride and dignity? I'm making that up, of course, but You know, here's another cheap one. I mean, not unlike the NKTR. I mean, another cheap one. KC cruising down. JP Morgan downgraded them, $3.50 price target, so it's way under that. So here's a little, actually interesting. This is a little earnings play today, guys. AVEO is an earnings play. It's actually not too badly. Next high looking left on the daily chart looks like around 462. All right, Sean says he's not going to talk options. He's going to talk TI strength and B plus. So there you go. He ain't going to talk. Excuse me, I should never say ain't. He's not going to talk. He's not talking options. Talking TI strength and trading it with B plus. Okay, so I haven't gone over B plus at all today. So if you have B plus questions, how you can trade using trade ideas. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade. So Sean will be there, so he'll be talking about that. 11:53. So what I want to do is just put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there. If you want, he'll be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. Okay, David, good. All right, the China stocks now are starting to drop, right? Queb, I think, remember the last time we looked at it was right, it was in this range here. It was just kind of basing for about an hour, and now they're starting to drop. So most China stocks are probably dropping again. Man, RCAT, is it through the 200-day? It is through the 200-day, so that was, didn't stop it at all. It's like the old days, guys. I used to only get about 3 or 4 alerts from the options, and they used to be gold. And this is obviously one today that just is stellar. RCAT 10:03 was the time of the alert. 2:03 was the price. And again, this is one of the ones I'm sharing from my homepage. All right, so as some have pointed out, Jack pointed out that this is a sympathy play with RCAT, UAVS. To me, it looks like there is a ton of resistance. Right around that 108 mark all the way up to 115. And to me, it looks like it would take a lot to pop that through. 71 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float situation. So I may be wrong, but just like there's a lot of resistance right in that area. Did I not answer a question from somebody? Somebody's saying I'm not answering somebody's question. If I didn't answer your question in the room, I apologize. I just missed it. Normally, if you put a question mark after, I do see it. So is there somebody, Sandy in the room that I haven't answered a question? I don't see, just ask it again then. Sorry if I missed it. There are no 10-second charts, no. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're talking about for Dwayne. Okay. All right, Sean, you are streaming now. Oh, it's 11:59. You're 3 seconds early. Okay, I'll stop the stream. 3 seconds early. Okay, I'll stop the stream now, Sean.
3 seconds early. That was my nickname in college. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live Q&A. We do these live Q&A sessions every trading day starting at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. I'll be with you for the next hour. And this is your opportunity to strictly ask questions about the trading platform. So if you're looking at the YouTube page right now, I assume you're listening to and watching me. Any questions that you have about anything that I'm talking about, you may throw that question into the live, into the chat panel there in YouTube. I will see your question and I will do my best to answer it. As I say at the top of every live Q&A call, or at least I should, is that I don't know the answer to everything, okay? But I do know enough to be dangerous. So throw it at me. If I can't answer your question, I can certainly point you in the right direction to get those questions answered. Now, before any questions come in, or as I'm waiting for questions, the one thing I want to lead the talk off with today, this is what we've been leading this off with many of the last Mondays, and it makes sense on Mondays. I want to lead off with the TI strength alerts. So those of you there might be many, I'm sure there's many of you who are familiar with the TI strength alerts. We have a channel right here on the left side of my screen here on my channel bar. If I stretch this out, you'll notice right here, we got TI Strength Alerts channel. I'm going to go ahead and click that. This channel is available to all Trade Ideas subscribers, okay? And it will load exactly the same for everybody. I'm going to move this little page over here for a sec. This right here that I'm moving, this is the TI Strength newsletter. If you do not subscribe to Trade Ideas software, you can subscribe to the TI Strength Alerts newsletter as a standalone email subscription. It comes once a week. It gets delivered to your inbox over the weekends. And it looks like this, more or less like this. This is the content that you will see in your email. And it's basically what the TI Strength Alerts is 5 picks every week. You'll see them right here. You'll see them in the software as well. These are the 5 stocks, so TWI, VIV, ACM, etc. These are the 5 stocks that, based on the TI Strength algorithm that we've developed, spearheaded by my man Michael Noss. These stocks are picked based off an algorithm that has done the research, has done the back testing. This algorithm has identified characteristics of stocks that have gone on to become great swing trade winners in the past, right? So stocks that had 10, 20, 30, 40% moves over the course of, a few weeks, there's a lot of common characteristics in those stocks before they set up for those moves. So if any of you are familiar with Investors Business Daily, and their IBD 50 list, that you understand that they have they've done the research and they have they know the common characteristics of stocks that go on to become big winners for investors, right? They have a longer time frame. They're talking months, maybe years. Well, this is kind of the same idea. We've done the back test, we've done the research, we've identified common characteristics of stocks that have gone on to great swing trade wins. Okay, so a shorter time frame. And at the top of that list, we picked the 5 best setups according to the algorithm, according to the parameters that we have. And those 5 names are delivered each week as part of the TI Strength Alert. So these 5 names that you see here in this top list, these are the names that are setting up this week. And I apologize for not having this loaded up sooner. Let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to pull up a web page. Let's see here. Give me a sec. I'm going to load it up because I want to show you the performance of TI Strength Alerts over the past number of years. This chart right here, this graph right here, tells the whole story. All right. So what you're seeing here is the white line is the performance of the S&P 500 over the past about 4 years. Okay. Had you simply invested in, let's say, SPY, right, the SPY ETF, or a mutual fund that is trying to approximate the performance of the S&P 500, you would have done pretty well over the last 4 years, right? That's no surprise. You'd be up, somewhere in the neighborhood of 75, 80%. I'm not exactly sure what the number is right now. Nonetheless, a good return. However, you'll notice this orange line. This is how the TI Strength Index has performed over that same time period. And I'm no math major, guys, but this performance in orange looks a lot better than this performance in white. Now, how did we achieve those results? We achieved them really quite simply. Now, before I get into how we achieved these results with TI Strength, I want to just drop this caveat right up top. We are not in the business of telling you how you should trade the TI strength alerts. We serve up the ideas of the stocks that are meeting the criteria, that have the potential to be big winners. Of course, we can't guarantee that they'll be big winners. They're just setting up as past winners in the past have set up, right? Now, we're not telling you how to trade these. You may have your own rules for risk management. You may have your own rules for taking profits. You might have your own rules for position sizing. That's all great, okay? But I will tell you how we achieved these results, and it's astonishing how simple it was. Okay, so I'm going to move this. Get rid of this chart here, and we're just going to focus right here on the list. So what we did. Let's say we're starting from zero or we have zero positions on. We only have cash on our account. Let's keep the numbers simple and accessible for everybody. Let's say I've got $5,000 in my trading account. Okay. We take $5,000 and divide it equally amongst the 5 names and invest that amount into each of the 5 names equally. So if I've got $5,000 total and I've got 5 stocks I need to invest in, that means I've got $1,000 available for each name. Okay, I'm investing an equal dollar amount per name. Now, if I'm investing $1,000 in, say, TWI, I'm going to buy as many shares as I can buy with $1,000. Now, I can't do the math in my head, but let's just say that's 50 shares. Might be more than that. It might be like 75, 80 shares. Okay, however many shares $1,000 buys, that's how many shares I'll buy of TWI. And I went down the list and did the same thing with all 5 names. I invested $1,000 or as close to $1,000 without going over as I could. Okay? I did that at the opening print on Monday morning. So these alerts, by the way, they get delivered to you over the weekend, right? So you'll have the whole weekend to look at these names, or not the whole weekend, but you'll have the weekend to look at these names and review them. On Monday morning, at the opening bell, we entered all 5 of these names at the opening print. Market order to buy right at the open. Okay? Again, this is starting from day 1. And then what did we do for the rest of the week? We did absolutely nothing. We did not take profits. We did not reduce risk and get stopped out. We didn't have a stop loss level for any of these positions. We simply got in on Monday and held them all week, no matter what the market did, no matter what the headlines are, no matter what the earnings report was, doesn't matter. We held it all week. Now, I'm not saying that's the best way to do things, guys. I'm just saying this is how we did it, okay? The following Monday, so exactly 7 days later, we will then have a new list of names, right? Because a new list comes out every weekend. So what we did the following Monday, 7 days later, after entering these 5 names, we closed all 5 names at the opening print on Monday, right? So 7 days later, we're exiting the trades, winner or loser, we're exiting at the open Monday. And then we take that cash, hopefully it's a little bit more. So in my example, I started with $5,000. Let's say that maybe my $5,000 is now turned into $5,020. Great, right? Up is good. Well, now I take that $5,020, divide it equally 5 ways, and reinvest it in the new 5 names. Market order to buy right at the open, or soon after the open, right? After I close the previous trades. And then we get in. And then we hold them for 7 days. That's simple. So basically what it comes into, guys, or what it turns out is we're just rotating out of the old names and into the new names every Monday morning at the open. Okay? Market orders, we're not trying to nickel and dime our entries. We're not trying to get a perfect fill. We're not trying to get a limit order or a trigger or anything like that. We're just rotating, constantly rotating every Monday morning from the old names into the new names. And that simple exercise, guys, maybe 5 minutes of work every Monday morning, that simple exercise resulted in this performance over the last 4 years. Starting at 0%, we were up close to 250% for our efforts. Now, guys, I don't know about you, but if you're a busy person like me, that sounds like a pretty simple, easy way, simple thing to manage to make a little bit extra money. Now, am I saying you should invest all of your money? Should you mortgage your house and invest it in TI strength alerts? No, I'm not saying that. But if you got some money that you can withstand a little volatility and you trust the process, why not throw it at this? Take a little bit of money, throw it in this, and try it out. The results speak for themselves, guys, and it's really dang simple. I'm going to before I go on to the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I get into these trades and how I trade TI Strength Alerts. I have my own little wrinkle, but I'm going to show you how to do it with Brokerage Plus with Trade Ideas, which makes it super simple. Let me just review the questions panel real quick. I see a couple questions from Wolfgang. Okay, Wolfgang, so you're asking about Holley. If you don't mind, can we just table that until we finish this conversation about TI Strength Alerts? I promise we'll get to you right after we're done with this, but I just want to have a continuous train of thought here before we confuse people. All right, Wolfgang? All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring up my Brokerage Plus window. I got it right down here. Oh, I probably need to connect my account. Now, I use the Trade Ideas simulated trading account. All right, if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can do this with live money and it will work exactly the same. Okay. But me, I'm demoing the simulated trader for our customers. So I'm just going to log into that real quick. And in a moment, this is going to load up my positions. At least it should. What's going on there, Brokerage Plus? Where are you? There we go. Okay, so here are all my open positions right now. These are the symbols are all long. One thing you should know about all these positions is every one of these positions was a TI Strength Alerts stock, right? Every single one of these were signaled to me by the TI Strength Alerts. And you can see the dates and times. Maybe if I stretch out this column here a little bit, you can see the dates. Some of these trades I got into over a month ago, right? Here's one on 2/7 column I got into on February 7th. Here's one on February 15th. Now, I trade TI Strength Alerts a little bit different than the process that I just talked about, right? I'm not rotating out every 5 days. Nothing wrong with that. As you saw those results, there's nothing wrong with that. But me personally, I'm personally not comfortable doing that. I like to have a stop loss in place on any trade that I put on. I'm not comfortable exposing myself to undefinable risk, so to speak. So I like to trade with a stop loss target, a stop loss level. But then as far as the profits go, if a stock is working for me, I like to hold it and give it as much room to go as high as possible. As long as the stock's going in my direction, I'll hold it for months as long as it's going in my direction. And I'll just trail a stop loss order below it to lock in profits as it goes along. So I want to do that right now. So before I enter the new positions, I want to go through all my open positions right now and adjust my stop loss orders if I need to. So I clicked on AR. You can see the daily chart right here. Here's the daily chart. Notice this red line right here. This shows me where my stop loss order is. Pretty clear, right? Tells me the price right here, closing stop order 23.05. It shows me the amount of profit I will walk away with if my stop level gets hit. You can see in my Brokerage Plus window down here, I'm currently sitting on $811 in open profits, right? If I were to exit right here, that's what I would take. But if my stop loss gets hit, if this stock comes down and hits my stop loss level, which is right here, I will walk away with approximately $375 in profits. I say approximately because it doesn't factor in slippage, it doesn't factor in my commission costs, right? But it's a pretty good ballpark of what I'm gonna walk away with. Now, I want to show you something really cool. If you want to adjust your stop loss level, it's really easy to do on charts. All you simply do is just click the line and drag it. Click and drag it wherever you want. I can move it up to right here, which is where I'm going to move it to, right there. And that's my new stop loss level. It's going to take a second. For some reason, it toggles back and forth. I'm on a beta version here, so a little wonky as I play around with new versions of the software before you guys have access to them. But there it goes. Now it's all lined up. So that's where now my new level is here. And you can see I'll walk away with a $494 profit approximately if my stop gets hit. I like to move my stop loss levels up in the direction of the trend and put it below obvious levels of support. So this is no heavy math here, guys. I'm not placing my stops based on like an average true range or a volatility stop or anything crazy like that. I'm just eyeballing charts, right? I'm looking for obvious levels of support and resistance. And so for me, right here, this looks like a good place. Now I'm going to quickly go through the rest of these tickers. All I have to do is click on the symbol here in my blotter, and it brings up the chart. And then I could just drag and drop my stops. I'll drag that one up to there. Now I'll go, it's going to toggle back and forth for some reason. Give it a second. It'll move back up to around that 28.60 area. And then you will see my new profit level. There it is, 234. That's the new level, new profit I'll walk away with. And I'll just go through the rest of these quickly. I'll trust that they get set where they need to be. I'm going to move my stop loss level there. I might not move all these. Like I'm not gonna move this stop loss level. I'm just gonna leave that where it is. And again, this is all kind of subjective. It's all, it's a gut feel for me. I don't know where my stop loss level is here. Oh, because I got stopped out of this position today, right there. See, if you look at my blotter, 0 shares. This position and that red S there says I got stopped out today. Makes sense, right? Looks like we broke some support. That's where I had my stop loss level. That's all right. Okay, calm. I'm going to leave that stop right where it is. BCE, I'm going to leave that one right where it is. Might get hit today. This one, you know what? We'll give this one more week to hold that level. We'll see how that goes. And guys, this is how I do it. This is how I swing trade, right? I like to just, give my stocks some room, give them some breathing room, and adjust my stops in the direction of the trend as needed. All right. So that's how I manage my existing trades. All right. Now, let me show you how I get into new trades. I've built a strategy here in my Brokerage Plus window. If I go to my Strategies tab, for some reason my stuff it hasn't been saving really recently. Again, I'm using a developer's version here, so that's why. You guys won't have these same troubles that I'm having. But that's okay. This is instructional. I'm going to delete all these strategies here. I don't use these strategies. Not good for me. Oh, looks like I have to delete them all individually, which is a bummer. So I won't bother you with those things. But what I want to do here is I want to show you exactly how I manage these positions and how I do these trades. So the power of Brokerage Plus is you can set it up so that with just a couple of clicks, you can get into any trade at the proper position size that you want, risking the proper amount of money that you're willing to risk per trade, all with just a couple of clicks. Super simple. So I'll tell you how I like to do it. All right. I like to risk no more than $200 per trade. Okay, that's my number. Your number might be $100 per trade. Your number might be $50 per trade, or it might be more. You might risk $1,000 per trade. Everyone's got different levels of capital. Everybody's got different comfort levels with risk, right? But for me, I like to risk $200 per trade. That's my number. All right. That's the first step. Second step is I want to have a stop loss on all of my trades. Okay. Now, there's better ways of coming up with stop losses. Okay. But for me, just to keep things simple, I like to set a stop loss at 5% away from my entry price. Okay. So wherever the stock is, my stop loss is going to be 5% below my entry price. That's my initial stop loss, right? Hopefully that stop loss moves up over time as the stock's going my way. But at the very beginning, my initial stop loss is 5% away. All right. So those are my parameters. 5% stop loss, risking no more than $200 of my capital. Okay. So how can I set up Brokerage Plus to allow me to do that with just a couple of clicks? Well, anywhere in this blue screen here, when I'm in the Strategies tab, anywhere in the empty blue area, I just right-click and choose New Trading Strategy. Okay. Now we're not going to get lost in all the auto trading. You could auto trade some strategies with Brokerage Plus for sure. That's more advanced level stuff. We can talk about that later on if somebody has any questions. But for now, the strategy that I'm building here is just for manual trade entry. Okay, using my mouse, clicking the buttons, making the trades. So first step here is this is the strategy configuration. We'll give this one a name. I'm going to call this Swing Trade Buys. Okay. Or I could call it TI Strength Buys. Let's call it TI Strength Buys. TI Strength Buys. It's a long biased strategy. I'm going to want to go down here in accounts. Right now I have no accounts selected. I want to move it to my simulated trading account. Again, I don't have a E-Trade or a brokered or an Interactive Brokers account connected, but if I did, I would be able to select it right here, and these trades would be real trades with real money through the exact same process. Okay, once you've mastered how to trade in the simulated trading account, the process is exactly the same with your live money. So I got my trades are going to go into my simulated trading account. So I hit save, and that's good. All right. Now you'll notice there's 5 tabs here across the top. I'm going to skip right away to the risk management tab. This is where I set my stop loss. Okay. So here you see stop loss, target, trailing stop. So for stop loss, if I go to the drop down menu here, I got a few options. I got a filters based stop loss, a dollars and percent. Now we're not going to talk about filters. This is a little bit more advanced. But if I chose a filters based stop loss, then I go into the formula, drop down here and find a specific formula. This is a little tricky for a lot of people. It's more advanced. We're not going to go that direction for now. All right. We're going to focus more on the dollars and percent based stop losses. So a dollars based stop loss means I will set my stop loss to be, let's say, $3 away. All right. So any stock I get into, no matter the price of the stock, my stop loss is going to be $3 away. Now, that's fine if the stocks that you typically trade are typically in the same price range, right? Let's say you like to trade stocks that are around $100 a share, right? For whatever reason, then having a fixed dollars amount makes sense. Or maybe you like to trade penny stocks, like stocks under, let's say, $10 a share. And in that case, maybe like a 50 cents stop loss makes more sense to you, right? That's fine. But if you're like me and you're trading stocks of all different prices, you're trading $10 stocks and you're trading $1,000 stocks, then a dollars-based stop loss doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because look, if I bring up a chart of Amazon, Amazon's like what, a $3,400 stock? A 50-cent stop on a $3,400 stock like Amazon is a lot different than a 50-cent stop on a $7 stock, right? Amazon, you're going to get stopped out all the time just on basic noise. Whereas the $7 stock, that 50-cent stop level might make sense. So for me, I like to use a percent-based stop. And I can set my percentage here. For me, I like to use 5%. Your number might be 8% or 10% or 1%, right? That's for you to figure out. But for me, I like 5%. 5% feels like a good initial distance away from stock price that if that level gets hit, that tells me that the trend is probably dead, and so I want to be out. All right, so first thing I've done is I set my stop loss. Now, you could set profit targets in the same process, but I don't like to set profit targets with my swing trades. I want all my trades to go to the moon. I've never had one go to the moon yet, but I'm hopeful that someday it will, right? But I'm never trying to get out at the top. That's really what I'm trying to say is I want a stock to go as far as it can go. And then when it pulls back, if it breaks support, that's my signal to get out. Okay, I never get out at the top. If I ever get out of the top at a top on a stock, it was a happy accident. I promise you. I have no special insight on picking tops. So I don't use profit targets and I don't use trailing stops. I do the trailing stops manually as I showed you earlier. All right, so I got my risk management level set. I got my 5% stop loss. Now the next tab that's crucial here is you go to the order details tab right here. Because here is where you set your position sizing. So you'll notice here, position sizing, I've got 3 choices. Fixed dollars, fixed shares, and based on stop loss. Fixed dollars is, let's say you want to invest the same amount of money per name, right? So if I want to invest $5,000 per trade, using this feature, I will buy as many shares as $5,000 will buy. Right? So the more expensive stocks, I'll get less shares. The cheaper stocks, I'll get more shares. But at the end of the day, the dollar amount invested will be roughly the same. It'll be as close to, but not above 5,000 as I can get. All right? And you could change that number, make that any number you want. It could be $1,000. It could be $1 million, right? If you're a big swinger. Great. I don't hate fixed dollars, okay? Fixed dollars is not bad. It's not ideal, but it's not bad. The other option is fixed shares. Now, I know there's a lot of you old school traders. I used to be one of these when I got started in the business 25 years ago. We like to trade in, 500 share blocks or 1,000 share blocks, right? Every trade I put on, it's the same size, regardless of the price of the stock. That's fine if that's the way you do it. I don't think that's the smartest way to do it unless, again, you're trading tend to trade stocks that are similarly priced, right? If you're trading penny stocks under a dollar a share, then maybe you want to be buying 10,000 shares at a clip, right? Hey, if that works for you, great. I don't like fixed shares. My position sizing algorithm I like is the based on stop loss. So here is where I set how much money I'm willing to risk. And remember, I said before, I like to risk $200 per trade. Okay, so there it is. What this is going to do now is based on, I'm going to flip the tab here to the risk management tab. Based on my 5% stop loss, it's going to size my position such that if my 5% stop loss gets hit, I will lose no more than approximately $200 of my capital. So let's say I'm buying a $100 stock, right? The stock trades at $100. That's going to be my entry price. And my stop loss is 5% away. That means my stop loss level will be at $95 a share, okay? 5% of $100 is $5. $5 or 100 minus 5 is 95, right? So my stop loss level would be at 95. I'm risking $5 per share, right? Because that $5 per share represents 5% of $100. So if I'm risking $5 per share, and then over here, I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital on any one trade. The math is you take $200, you divide it by the risk per share, which is $5. The result is 40. I would buy 40 shares because if my 40 shares lost $5 a share, I would lose $200. Does that make sense? Now, I know this makes sense to a lot of you, and many of you do all this math in your head right before you put a trade on, and that's fine if you're quick at that. Some of you might have a little spreadsheet that you use to do the calculations for you, but either way, it takes a little time. There's steps. You might make an error, right? This makes the process pretty simple because once I've got this set up, okay, I got my risk, how much I'm willing to risk, I got my stop loss level set, I'm going to go ahead and hit OK, and now this thing is ready to go. TI strength alerts, TI strength buys, right? So I'm going to minimize this for a second. Now, if I bring up TWI, these are today's TI strength alerts. If I want to place a quick trade here, I could do it right from the chart just with a couple of clicks. Check this out. In this chart, all I got to do anywhere in the chart, doesn't matter where, but anywhere in the chart, I right click, I choose trade TWI, and then here are all my existing strategies. This is the one we just created, buy using TI strength buys. If I click that, in a moment here, you're going to see my trade pop into my screen. Let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window again. Oops, nope, not this. We don't want that. I want to bring up my Brokerage Plus window. And if I go to my Executions tab, you will see, oops, oh, no, don't do that. If I go to my Executions tab, you will see TWI right there. I just bought 298 shares at a price of $13.26. All right, this previous trade, Nokia or NOC, this is a Nokia. See, that's the old school trader in me. Northrop Grumman. This is the trade I exited earlier today. But here's the trade in TWI. I got in at 298, and you can see on my chart now, you can see my stop loss is working. It's currently set to get out at 12.59. And if my stop loss gets hit, I'll lose $201.33. That's factoring in my commission, I guess, right? So guys, did you see how simple that was? Let me walk you through another example. Oh, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Oh boy. All right, let's move this down here. These things frustrate me. There you go. Okay. Let's go down here to go VIV. Let's get into this trade, right? All I have to do is right click, choose trade VIV, and hit buy using swing trade buys or TI strength buys. I'm going to do that. Watch my executions tab down here. It's going to pop in here. And there we got filled. I got filled at 433. No, I'm sorry. I got filled at 978. I bought 406 shares. Okay, notice that the share size is different, right? I'm not risking any more money in this trade, but you'll notice it's a cheaper stock. Therefore, it requires more shares. Either way, in both trades, if my stop gets hit, I'm going to lose approximately $200. You can see right there. Here's my stop loss, $202. So I'll quickly go through the rest of these real quick and trade the rest because I want to be in all these. And you'll see how easy this is to do, guys. Just Bing, bang, boom. And now I'm in. See the fills coming in down there? Right click, buy using swing trade buys, and I'm in all the trades I wanted to be in today. Wonderful. I don't know why it's showing these opening limit orders here. Must be a new, this one hasn't got filled yet. Again, it won't normally be this slow for you guys, but it's because I'm running a dev version here. It's taking a little slower. We don't have as many resources dedicated on the back end, on the server side for the dev version. But there we go. I just got in all those trades, super simple. All I had to do is just right click in the chart, trade MPLX and choose my strategy, and I'm in the trade. And now if I go to my positions tab, I got to stretch this out now. Let's stretch this out. So if I go to my positions tab here, you'll see all my new positions are reflected in here. Today's profits, these are all the small ones right now as we just got in, right? Super simple, guys. So TI strength, just to sum up, TI strength, what a great feature, what a great tool for those of you who like to swing trade or looking for stocks that have an edge, that have potential for a big move, that are meeting certain parameters. It does a lot of the heavy lifting for you guys. It's really a great way to find great setups. Very simple. All right. And then leveraging Brokerage Plus, if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you can do it with those two accounts. You could just do very simple 2-click trading to get into your trade at the right size with the right risk. Easy peasy. So I hope that was illuminating for some of you. For those of you who maybe seen this for the first time, if you have questions on that, please throw them into the questions panel. I'm happy to tackle them as best we can. Okay, Wolfgang, I know you've been waiting, and I appreciate your patience. But I saw a question here about this. I just want to make sure I get this. Pam. When I hit the letter B for buy, nothing happens. I set the default for market 200. So you're talking about in the chart here, you hit these little buttons here. I have to be honest, Pam, I've never used these buttons. I know that the intention here is to get these things to do trades, but I don't think it works. It's a feature that's coming, but it looks like I'm trying it right now. It's not working. So I apologize for that, Pam. Maybe that's a little teaser of something that's coming down the road. But for me, the way I just do it is just right click and trade and buy. Okay. So yes, looks like that is not working, Pam. I've never used it. Okay, no, it's not you, Pam. It's me too. Okay, so Wolfgang. Wolfgang's going to take us in another direction. I hope you're still here, Wolfgang. Wolfgang wants to know, where can I find the backtest performance of a single Holley strategy? Well, unfortunately, Wolfgang, you cannot. Let's do this. Let's go to a Holley page here, my Holley channel. I'm going to minimize this Brokerage Plus window. And so Wolfgang is asking, can I go ahead and back test any of these strategies that make up Holley AI? Unfortunately, Wolfgang, you cannot run the back test. The strategies that undermine the AI are proprietary, and therefore you won't be able to run a back test because you won't have the inputs that you need to run the back test. So I guess I probably should have answered that question for you earlier, because I could have saved you a whole lot of time, and I apologize. But no, you're not able to run back tests on Holley strategies. Now you can go back and see all the past Holley trades. If you go to an AI strategies window right here, and you right click and go to history, you can go back to the previous day, or you can choose a time frame. You can go back as far back as 63 days. So that's basically 3 months of trading, or 1 quarter, right? You can go back 63 days and you can see all the trades that Holley did. Okay. If I could hit OK, that'll load up all the trades. And then if you want to isolate a particular strategy, the way you would do here, I believe, is do you have a filter? No. You know what? Let me try something different here. If I just go back to real time, if I isolate a particular strategy, now you're only gonna be able to see the strategies that are active today, right? These are we have, I don't know, 50 strategies that make up the AI, but you're only gonna see in this thing strategies that are active today. So if I use, let's say, slippery slope, I can see there's only one trade that came through on the slippery slope strategy today. And then if I want to run a history on that, I could go back, do the 63 days, hit OK. And this is going to show me all the trades that came through from that strategy, I believe. Let me stretch this window out. I don't want to make sure I'm telling you something that's true. Of course, I don't have a strategy column here, so let's add the column. Let's see, I want to add a strategy. Bum, 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 bum. There it is, right there at the bottom. Strategy, arrow over, great. And here's the strategy. Oh no, look, you know what? The history is showing all symbols. So yeah, Wolfgang, you're kind of out of luck. If you want to see the Holley trades, you could see them all. I guess what you could do is once you have these, you can sort by this column, right? If you double click the column strategy, it'll at least put them all in order. So yesterday, hammer, today are all here at the top. And you can kind of go through and have them all at least together. Like here's all the slippery slope trades, right all here. Not ideal, but yeah, that's how you would do it. Wolfgang, I'm sorry, that's probably not the answer you were looking for. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that the Holley strategies are proprietary, and therefore there's very limited things you could do with them. Okay, let's see. Bill has a question. Bill, I want to know if buyers are in control or sellers. What and how can Trade Ideas show me to answer this question in a very clear and simplistic way? Well, Bill, let me just change my layout here. We'll go to my layout. Bill, the very clear and simplistic way that I know if buyers are in control or sellers are in control is I just look at a chart. Only price pays, my friend. Only price pays. And I'm looking at this daily chart right here, and look, I'm seeing this stock ripping higher today. That doesn't tell me that sellers are in control. That tells me buyers are in control. I'm a very keep it simple, stupid kind of guy, Bill, and I don't need any arcane filters to tell me that somebody's in control. All I have to do is look at the stock chart, right? Here's Dada. Look at this intraday chart right here. The stock trending down all day. Sellers are in control. Look at the daily chart. Sellers are in control. All you got to do is look at the trend. On whatever time frame is meaningful to you, Bill, only price pays. That's the only truth out there. All right? You could look at all kinds of fancy indicators. RSI, Bollinger Bands, ATR, Elliott wave theory, right? That's all great stuff if that works for you. But the only thing that is the truth is price. If price is going up, buyers are in control. If price is going down, sellers are in control. That's it. All right, I believe I'm caught up on the questions so far. Good questions so far, everybody. I have 20 minutes left to hang out with you here. So anything that we haven't covered yet, if you want to take us in a new direction, pop your question in there and I'll do my best to answer it for you. If you need clarification on anything we've already talked about, I'm happy to go back and review. All right. Have you guys been playing around with these stock races? My goodness. These things, if you're an intraday trader, it's not going to really help you if you're a swing trader or a long-term investor. But if you're an intraday trader, you like to catch intraday trends, these stock races are pretty dang powerful for finding stocks that are breaking out now, that are making moves now. So I've got these little stock races going right here. These stock races correspond with the top lists that are open right to their right, okay? So this top list here is, it's called Up Movers since today's open. So these are all the stocks that are up the most since today's opening print. So the 9:30 a.m. Eastern open, all right? They're sorted by this column right here, change from open. So this stock right here, MARPS, you can see it opened down here around 885 and now it's trading at 1141. That's good for a 32% intraday gain from the opening print. Stock, like I said, stock opened around 887 today. So This top list is great because it shows me ranked by the biggest change and down, right? So the biggest change right now is 32% from the open. Next one is 14%. Next one is 12%, and on and on and on. Now, this is great, right? I can see that MARPS is the number one gainer since the open, but does that mean that MARPS is moving right now? Not necessarily. Maybe one of these other names out here, maybe this SRAD is making a big move right now, but I might not have noticed that because it's kind of buried down here at the end of at the bottom of the list. My eyes are naturally drawn to the names at the top of the list, and that makes sense. Well, if you take this top list and create a stock race, which I've done here, this is now showing me how, if I stretch this out a little bit, it's showing me how all the stocks that are showing up on this list, or at least the top 10, how these stocks are performing relative to each other. And as you can see right now, MARPS has moved the most in the last 4 minutes. This is a 10-minute race. You can see down here, it's got 6 minutes left. So in the last 4 minutes, MARPS has moved 2.19%. That's more than all the rest. Okay. Now here's ZLab coming up. It's reshuffling. Here's ZLab coming up. Let's pull up this chart real quick. I could click on the symbol right here, and you can see a little bounce there. That might not be actionable yet. But guys, a lot of times when a stock's about to make a move, you're going to get a heads up by one of these races. You're going to see the stock visually. Here's DRTS. So the stock's moving down. Here's a stock that's moving down. It's kind of a thinly traded one, so maybe not the best candidate. But here's another one, RPTX, starting to break down. It's making a new intraday low. Maybe this thing's about to have a big leg down. The races can be very useful to you guys. All you simply need to do, guys, on any top list that you create, if you want to create a race, let's say I got a top list right here. These are my open positions. These are my open positions that you guys saw in Brokerage Plus, okay? If I wanted to build a race for this, all I simply do is anywhere in this top list, I just right-click, choose Launch Real-Time Stock Race, and then I would go through the parameters here. Let's just set a little basic 5-minute run here. I'll hit replace card, biggest auto rerun, auto start unload, and just go ahead and hit the play button at the bottom. And it'll take 30 seconds for this thing to load. This is going to change, by the way, guys. There's no reason for this to take so long to get started. We're going to change this so that it's like a 5-second countdown. But once we hit that, then we're going to see my open positions, at least my 5 biggest ones. Oh, look, it is updating. Interesting. Interesting if they're already moving. But now I'll be able to track how my positions are trading. But the point is, guys, any top list is super easy to set these up. You just in the top list, you right click, choose Launch Real-Time Stock Race, and then just go through the little parameters here to get them all set up the way you want, and then you're good to go. Steven says, stock races are great. I got a custom scanner and use relative volume. Really nice. Awesome, Steven. I'm glad you're getting some use out of it. We play for the home team and we're a little bit biased, but the guys here at Trade Ideas, man, the traders here, we love this because it's really, for intraday trading, it's really dialing in our attention to the stocks that are moving right now. And we need stocks that are moving, right? I mean, movement is where the profits are, right? If a stock's going sideways, whether it's up on the day or down on the day, or whether it's in the news, if it's just going sideways, there's no opportunity for us as stock traders to make any money. We want to be in the stocks that are moving, and the stock races does a really great job of dialing that in. All right, so guys, I have 15 minutes left to hang with you. So please, if you have any more questions, somebody we haven't heard from yet, if you're sitting on a question, I say this all the time. Look, there's 60 of you here in this room right now with me. I imagine some of you are first timers here, very new with the software. That's why you're here in the live Q&A, which is great. That's what it's for. But I promise, if you've got a question that maybe you're a little ashamed or afraid to ask because you think it's too simple, please ask it anyway, because there's going to be someone else who's going to benefit from your answer, because I promise you're not the only person who had that thought or had that question, okay? So if you have a question, let me know. Let me know. No, a perfect circle. I don't want to hear from you. I'm kidding. If you got a good question, perfect circle, by all means, throw it in there if you need help with something. You've been around the block a while, so I think you have a pretty good handle on the software. All right. This is just my little public service announcement for those of you who are basketball fans. It's brackets time. Get your brackets going. I'm not really a brackets guy. I'm not really a basketball guy, but I've got a 7-year-old son in my house who is all about basketball right now. He just played his first basketball season that just ended. He's all in on basketball, and now all he wants to talk about is March Madness and brackets. And all weekend, that's all we talked about is brackets and building a bracket and making a bracket and who we're gonna have invited to participate in the bracket. It was a bracket weekend. I imagine it's only going to get crazier over the next few weeks because it's March Madness. By the way, and also, how's everybody adjusting to the time changes? I don't know if, depending on your time zone. I'm in the mountain time zone. I'm in Colorado. And man, this time zone, when they change the clocks, I go from waking up in sunshine to now waking up in the dark again. And I don't like that. I do not like waking up in the dark. Okay, Steven, any volume profile scans available? Unfortunately, we do not have a volume profile. That's not a feature we have on Trade Ideas. Volume profile is a great feature. I know a lot of people use it, but you need time and sales data for that, which we don't have. So, unfortunately, can't help you with volume profile. I know a lot of futures traders use volume profile. I used to be a member of Chicago Board of Trade, and all the E-mini S&P traders and all the T-bond futures traders, they all used volume profile, and it was like you'd see it on every desk, everywhere I went. Steven, you're in the Middle East, 4:30 p.m. the bell rings. Well, wow. Awesome. You might be the first Middle Eastern trader I've talked to on these things. Oh, so perfect circle. You were talking about the stocks like this page. I'm happy to show that to you guys. So at Trade Ideas, we've built this page called Stocks Like This, and it's a great page. Let's say the stock made a big move today. Let's just use this RPTX since it's up here. Let's say you like the way this thing is set, moving down, and you want to build an alert or top list that will find similar stocks that are moving similar to this. Well, you could use the Trade Ideas Stocks Like This page to show you all the filter values of this stock right now and all the alerts that have fired in the last, let's say, 5 minutes on this stock. And you can use that information to help you in building your own alert or top list. So the best, easiest way to find the Stocks Like This page, guys, is just open up a web browser, go to Google, right? Google.com. Everybody knows Google. And in the search window, what's going on here? In the search window, type in stocks like this. All right, and hit search, hit return. It'll be your top choice right there at the top. Stocks like this dash Trade Ideas. Click on this page. And here, so we were talking about this ticker RPTX up here. So all you would simply do is type in the ticker RPTX. Look at today's date, Monday, March 14th. Today's time is, what time is it? It is it's 12:49 Eastern. So we'll go 12, we'll do 45. It does it in 5-minute increments, okay? I'm gonna hit search, and it's gonna, as a submit, and it's gonna show me all the filter values. Oh, invalid time. Oh, maybe because this candle has not ended yet. So let's go to 40. Okay, maybe it needs a little time. Maybe I can't do it so close. I gotta go back in time a little bit for the database to catch up. Okay, let's just go back to noon. All right, we'll go back to noon. So I can go back and look at a time. So there we go. So at noon, if RPTX made its move at noon, right? Let's look at the chart real quick. Yeah, actually that's a good time, right? Right here, the stock broke down right at 12 o'clock. So at 12 o'clock, RPTX The first part here is showing you these are all the alerts that fired during that 5-minute window. And you can see how many times each one fired. So 17 times the 1-minute volume spike alert fires. So that might be an alert that you want to use as you're building an alert window that will track or identify stocks like this. So, I mean, these two ones at the top are probably the ones that are most important, right? Because they fired a bunch. And then down here, you'll see for every filter that we have in trade ideas, and there's hundreds, if I scroll through, there's hundreds of them, right? Every filter that we have, there's a lot, several hundred. For every filter we have, you can see what the values are. So if I go back to the top of this, so you can see the headers, the min and max. So you can see what the filter values. So like at the volume 5-minute percentage at that time was 55 at the low end and 304 at the high end. So it's a wide range. But this is data you can use to help you create your own top lists in alert window. So again, if you want to find that, just go to Google and type in stocks like this, and you'll find it. Michael says, have you noticed that the last price does not update in real time on Brokerage Plus? I have not noticed that, but it's not something I pay that close attention to because I'm not an active day trader. I'm more of a swing trader. But if it's not updating in real time, Mike, it should be updating very frequently, like at least every 5 to 10 seconds, I would think. I would be surprised if it's not. If you're seeing any delay longer than that, Michael, then that doesn't sound right. It sounds like there might be a bug. And if there is a bug, the best way to get that handled is to send us an email at info@trade-ideas.com. I'll put that in here right now. info@trade-ideas.com. Any kind of troubleshooting, please put that in there. It's in the latest build update. Okay, so it might be a bug in the latest build. I'm not sure, Michael. But send an email to that email address right there, and our tech team will troubleshoot. You did. Okay, great. Then you're doing the right thing. You will be in the right hands. It might just be a simple thing of resetting your account. Sometimes what you need to do is reset your connection. You may have already done this, and if you have, I apologize. But if you haven't, you might want to play around with it. Go to your TI menu bar at the top and go to Help. Go to Account and choose Reset Connection. You just click it, and that'll connect you to another alternate server. We have a number of servers, and sometimes one server gets bogged down or something, and you could easily switch it by going to Account, Reset Connection, and that'll get you on a new connection, and sometimes that'll fix the problem. Okay, Michael, you're in good hands with our tech team. They will get back to you fast. That's the nice thing about our tech support is that if it's during regular business hours, for sure, you can expect a response usually pretty quickly, usually within the hour, sometimes even faster. If it's after hours, if it's on the weekend or a holiday, you might need to give them 24 hours to get back to you, but certainly during business hours, you can expect a fast response. All right, folks, so I got 5 minutes left. I'm going to issue my last call for questions. If there's something we haven't tackled yet, feel free to jump in and let me know. You can see my little indices top list right here. You notice the relative volume scores all, well, the exception of Qs. The rest of them are below 1. So even though the market is selling off, here's a SPY chart up. Here's a 15-minute candles. So here's today. We're rallying at the open, and now we're giving it all back and then some. But the volumes haven't really been picking up yet. So I'm not sure if that means there's any conviction on this downside move. But I like to pay attention to relative volume scores. When there's a lot of volume, that tells me there's a lot of conviction. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate you being here. Wow. So out in the Middle East, if the opening bell rings at 4:30, so you're trading like 4:30 to 11 o'clock at night? Don't have much of a nightlife when you do that, huh? You're welcome, Michael. Thanks for popping in. So guys, just a little programming note, especially for those of you here for the first time. We do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do it for 1 hour right here on this YouTube channel. So if you're here for the first time, you can just bookmark this channel. Bookmark this channel so you can get there with one click on your browser. And look, all trading day long, we have live content streaming here at this YouTube channel. When it's not me or not somebody from my team hosting a live Q&A, the rest of the time we're simulcasting the free live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. Barry is a real trader using real money, using Trade Ideas technology to guide every decision he makes in the markets. And so you get to look over the shoulder of a professional trader doing his thing, and he's talking you through what he's seeing. He's talking you through how he's using the software, how he's finding ideas. It's a great way to just, like I said, look over the shoulder of a professional. Barry's a great guy, super helpful, super patient, and he's a great trader. So this YouTube channel, come in here anytime during the trade day. And also Barry will do his best to answer questions. He can't answer everybody's question. He's got 700 people in that trading room on most trading days. Again, we're simulcasting it here on YouTube. But you can put questions into the YouTube stream and he'll check them every once in a while. And if he's got the time to answer, he will. But really, this time here from noon to 1 o'clock Eastern every trading day, this is really the time dedicated for answering software questions. All right, Pam's got a question here about the top list. I want to create a top list. I go to create new, enter the stocks. So I need to save this. Where does the new top list show up? Okay. So if you want to create a top list, you go to your TI menu bar, you go to new. And this is where you launch any new window on Trade Ideas, okay? Any new window can be found here. And you're talking top list, so we're going to choose top list right there. That's going to open up the top list config window. If you're starting from scratch, you want to make sure you double click that to get that orange arrow pointing sideways or horizontally. And then, you go through your thing. Let's say I'm looking for price. I'm going to add this filter. I'm just quickly running through some parameters, right? Just to have something. And once I go through and add all the filters that I want to add, and maybe give this a name, we'll call this Pam's List. Not to be confused with Craig's List. We'll call this Pam's List. Once you're all set, then you hit OK. And then it's going to launch. Well, I got to turn that setting off, but it launched into a docked window. But there it is. My top list just launched. It's called Pam's List. And I don't have any columns for this thing because I didn't set anything up. I just have ticker symbols in here. But once you hit that OK, Pam, it should launch right there in your screen. Let me turn that feature off. Go to Tools. Let's go Options. Layouts. Open in docked window. I don't want that. So I'm turning that off. Hit Save. So let's try that again, Pam. So what you probably expect to see is you go to New, Top List, Start from Scratch. This time we'll add some columns to it, just so it looks like some real data here. We'll do a price, add filter, 214. I'm just throwing in random numbers here, guys, just to have something to look at. And then I just go to Summary tab. I've hit OK. Once I hit OK, that'll launch the window. See, there you go. And there's the top list. What if I want an additional place to put just names, not any filters? I know they have stocks I like. So you just want to have a list of the stocks that you're tracking? Is that it? Because, what you might want to play around with, Pam, and this is a pretty cool feature. Do we still have that channel here? Let me just scroll down real quick. Do we still have the Stocks I Like channel? There it is, Stocks I Like. See this channel right here, Stocks I Like? So here's what you can do, Pam. Whenever you pull up a chart of any stock you like, and notice there's a little heart in the upper left corner. If I click this heart, it's going to toggle red. Now it's red, right? And now if I pull up another stock, let's say it's Microsoft. I already have Microsoft. I'm going to say, I don't know, Google. Okay. I click a little red there to make it red. And just pick up one more stock. Let's say, I don't know, ExxonMobil, right? And I click the heart there to make that red. Now check this out. If I go to the stocks I like channel right here, it's going to pop up a top list right here called My Liked Symbols. And this is going to show me all the stocks that I like. You'll notice here's ExxonMobil right there. There's Google. These ones I just added, right? There's ExxonMobil. There's Google. There was Microsoft because we already had that one in there. So all the stocks I have marked red, see how there's the red heart? They all show up here on the stocks I like channel. So you might want to play around with that. How can I have one additional like open stocks example? Talk about open positions. And Pam, we'll get this going for you, and then we got to pass it back to Barry. It's the top of the hour. Let me just hit Barry in the channel. But Pam, let me know. Are you looking for a top list of the, okay? You're looking for the top list. So in my layout right here, you've probably seen this. I've got a top list that shows my open positions right here. Okay. So the way I set that up is if I go under the hood, if I right click in the hood, hit configure. And if you go to the symbol list tab right here, you'll notice I've got this thing toggled to only the following lists. And I got a check next to my holdings. Okay. If you don't see my holdings, you probably won't. You could go here, hit add existing list, click that, and you'll find it somewhere in here. I got it listed up here at the top. You can select it that way, and then it'll pop up here. Place a little check in the box, my personal holdings, and hit OK. And that's how you get that. But that's only going to work for positions you have in Brokerage Plus, Pam. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that takes me to the end of my session here. Barry is back. He's going to get you back in the trading room. Pam, if you have any more questions on that, just send us an email and I'll help you out, all right? So I'll put that in here again, info@trade-ideas.com. If you need any more clarification on that, send an email there and I'll see it and I'll get that answered for you. All right, Pam? Folks, I'll see you next week. I'll be back next week, Monday. Tomorrow at the same time, you'll have Michael Noss. But for now, I'm passing the room back to Barry. Take care.
See if it takes that out. But you know, you've got a lot of resistance probably at 380. I mean, right now, to me, this is a nothing stock. Right now, anyway. And that's the MGLD. Or just China in general. I mean, is there anything specific to BABA? Of course, you can't even see the move here. Is it just China in general? YouTubers, can you hear me now? Is Sean gone? I'm not sure if Sean is gone yet. Okay, thank you. Hey, TRD, are you still in the room by any chance? TRD, in our YouTube room? Another China stock, guys. Wow, I mean, just how many of these all-time lows? airline industry. And I'm just wondering if TRD is still in our YouTube room. Yeah, maybe NKTR finally found a bottom around 4. Okay, I gotta start looking at Zach's bounce play, see if anything happens here. So this has earnings. This Sentinel 1 S has earnings after hours tomorrow. Boy, Fossil. Interesting, guys. Fossil showed up on the unusually strong options on the way down. And the price was 802. Again, don't get too many alerts here. What is this one? This Momo. 541. So Fossil showed up at 802. And it is, inching its way down, 789 now. Momo, 541 at 535, all-time low. I remember when Momo used to be a $50 stock. I mean, look at this. I mean, it was a $50 stock at one point. I mean, should it have been a $50 stock? Probably not, but... Give me a moment, guys. the guys. Dairy Queen, DQ, another China stock. DQ. Wow, look at this one. I mean, look at this monthly chart, guys. I mean, look underneath. Wow. Yeah, this has been a big market sell-off. Remember when the SPY was up here, the Dow was up about 400, Nas was up, I don't know, 200. SPY was certainly up. And since then, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost 2 hours straight down. Wow, under 400? Well, let's see what sort of support in theory there is. I mean, on a daily chart, we've got 410. Next low is 415. We've got 410. Take a look at a weekly chart. You know, I mean, in theory, there is some support around here, but we're almost right there. When I say around here, around 413. Look at that weekly chart. We give a 400. Now, I happen to glance at oil just as I was on my break, and I do see that oil is flirting with 100 again. Looks like it's 102. Or, well, it depends. WTI is 102. Brent is 105. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to, Cam. None of those other ones opened. At least I don't think they did. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing here. 102, 105.7. Well, RCAT finally came down. Meanwhile, LI another new low for the day. LI another new low for the day, and well, not quite an all-time low, 11% above, but Yeah, well, I'm looking at, I mean, I don't see any energy play right now that is worth it. Ah, man. Last week's really fabulous trade of the week. Look at it now, guys. Look at CSIQ now. Holy smokes, what a breakdown. You know, last week's trade of the week, I mean, it was great. Probably moved $4, but you've got to trade it. Look at it now. Well, another one, TTM, guys. I mean, another one breaking down. Ah, I see. Okay, I'm just intrigued by this one. Okay, the small gap breakout, either on the downside or the upside, and it doesn't trigger unless the stock is down at least 2%, and then who knows from there. I might put a higher. Well, no, I'm going to leave it like this. I just want to really follow this. Follow it for maybe another couple of days and see what sort of alerts we get. Of course, nothing on the upside now. We had some earlier. Boy, this CSIQ, what's TAN doing? Let's take a look at the ETF for solars. Yeah, look at this. So CSIQ basically following this. How about First Solar, FSLR? Are there any stocks that are shortable? That's from Mike T in the YouTube room. How do I answer that question? I mean, the answer is yes. There are stocks that are shortable, of course. It depends on your broker. Okay, so how do you know? Who's your broker, Mike? Like for instance, Interactive Brokers, I can tell immediately if stocks are shortable. Okay, it's really dependent on your broker. But with CMEG, I don't know. I don't know CMEG at all. Sorry. You'd have to ask them really. I mean, there might be a way in which they can immediately show you. But for instance, for me, just a minute. So for me, at Interactive Brokers, this is what I see. Okay, there's a little box that I've got going, and it tells me how many shares are available. Okay, I don't know CMAG, so but CMAG may have something similar. Though I know there are a lot of people who have E-Trade, and E-Trade doesn't make it easy to find out how many shorts are available. So I really can't help you on CMAG. But I would ask them. Is there a way to quickly find out if something is shortable? What I used to do when I used to have Questrade in Canada, I used to what I would do is, let's just say I looked at this stock right here, 978, and I'd say, okay, because Questrade was bad too. I mean, I couldn't tell immediately if something was shortable, and I would put in like a short of one share at $100. Okay, some crazy high number, and it would tell me immediately if it were available. So you could try that, with CMEG, I guess. Like one share at some crazy high price, way above the current price. And Questrade would immediately, it would say no shares are available, something like that. So I mean that's I suppose, and I don't know, maybe you can do the same thing in CMEG. Nielsen, NLSN, wow, this is halted on the way up. Interesting. Okay, just a minute. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't remember why I would put myself on mute. Thank you, though, Sam. I think it was to feed the cat. Anyway, Nielsen, yeah, I mean, so I flashed the news, so they're looking to be taken private in a $15 billion deal. So let me flash that up again. So here, that's what I flashed up. Elliott Management late talks to acquire Nielsen Holdings, $15 billion. That's one of the best gaps we've seen off a halt. I mean, that halted at what, 18, and you got right up to 22. Well, it's halted, yeah. I'm sorry, it is halted again, yes. Well, on a volatility halt, I mean, typically they're 5 minutes, okay? Typically. You know, you can see right there, this was a little more than 5 minutes, you know, because it got halted at 118 plus 19 seconds. So in theory, that should have opened at 123.19. So this was a 6 minute halt. Typically, they're 5 minutes. Okay, so, and if it's not five, then it's usually a multiple of. I would say that 90% of them, 90% of them are probably 5 minute halts, maybe even more. No, I have no idea. Mike, if you're asking me if I think Nielsen will pass the 30 mark, I have no idea. Meanwhile, the CSIQ is on the way down, guys. Sorry, Steve. In China, this is one I wanted earlier on in the day. It was just a little too whippy. FXI just made a new low. FXI, my guess is that Queb is doing exactly the same thing. KWeb. I'm going to change this 15-minute chart. Not quite as low. So FXI actually is a new low for the day. Okay, you want to find out more about race cars? Give me a moment. This explains it very well, okay, Mike? If you click on my homepage link, okay, if you click on my homepage link that I put in there, this is what you're going to see. So, in the education section, click here. Go to the user guide, click on the user guide. and then scroll down a little bit until you see TI stock race. When you do that, it got two videos on it and some text, okay? That'll tell you exactly what it's all about. You know, this is a specific stock race. You can set up your own. Okay, but watch that, and if you still have questions, certainly I'll answer. But that explains it really well, I think. Wow. Look at this market. Dow is still up. So we've got this disconnect, I guess we'll call it disconnect, between value stocks and growth stocks. But I mean, the Dow's going to go negative too. Wow. CSIQ guys, FXI, China again. Nielsen not over. Man, I mean, this is still strong. And LSN, at some point, it'll probably become a great short. But, you know, these are not easy, okay? When I say these are not easy, to try to figure out a top and then short it from there. But, you know, it's not easy. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't do it. Wow. This is just a big sell-off. Right now, nothing is safe. All right, here's a new entrant to the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. NGMS. I'm sorry, it's not, well, it's sort of new. It just made a new low. I guess it alerted at 12:38, that's the time, at 12, and it is now just making a new low here. So what is NGMS and where are they? Another Luxembourg company. I don't think this is the one I saw this morning. Bit of a spread issue though. Lots of volume though. 2.5 million, 9.7 million in the float. Okay, so this is the Luxembourg company, obviously for tax implications, I'm assuming. I may be wrong, but bit of a, well, it's 11.90.12. That's a bit of a spread issue. And of course, all-time low. All-time low. Just watching it here, 1190.12, 1190.12, yeah, 1190.12, bid ask. Oh, CSIQ. I had to apologize to Steve for shorting CSIQ. I mean, look at the room it's got. Man, oh man. Meanwhile, LVS continues making new low after new low. All-time low now. LVS has to be watched tomorrow to see if it has, a lot more in it. How is GME doing? I haven't had an alert for it for a while. Oh, it broke down through my alert price. I didn't see it. I wonder, is this really it now? Is this really it for it? Wow. Every time we say that, every single time we think that GME is dead, and all of a sudden it does something crazy. But maybe this is the time. Okay, now Nielsen is sort of basing here. NLSN is sort of basing here. Nice spread, 2-cent spread. What did it get up to? 25.84. Can it hold under 25 and then fall from there? That's the issue. If it can do that, I mean, it's still, it's still testing that 25 level in LSN. No, it's so tempting. It's so tempting. NLSN. It's so tempting. The longer it holds underneath 25. Oh man, LILM. I mean, that is another awesome one from the scan. It just shook me out, unfortunately. The scan, meaning the 10-day daily breakdown. All right, guys, I'm just getting poised on this NLSN. Oh, look at this market, guys. Wow. And again, China leading the way. I wish that had happened right from the beginning instead of having that pop up. All right, guys, I'm in. Wow. Okay, I'm in this Nielsen. What are they? 80, 86, 86. Okay, if it gets anywhere close to 25, I'm out. I don't want to. I'm not gonna mess around with it. Well, in fact, I might might be getting out. Come on, break down. I'm going to give it a little bit longer here, guys. Just a little bit longer for me. I'm in at 24.86. If it even touches 25, I'm gone. Okay, well, let's see. I almost feel like just scalping some. I mean, it's still pretty strong. I'm going to hold off, though. I'm going to hold off, see if we can get a big break. Okay, guys, I'm just watching it. Just watching it. If it gets into the mid 80s, I'm just going to take it out, basically flat, okay? And you can always look at it again, but there we go. A little bit of into the 60s, okay. We're talking about right here. Right, okay, now we're... This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Just waiting for a little bit more before I... All right, guys, I've covered some around that 60 cent level. I mean, nothing fantastic. I'm going to hold some in case it really cracks. Yeah, I'd like to see that 24.50 really break. Meanwhile, I'll take a look at one of your bounce plays. Could not, no way could get that down there. Just one of those kind of whole number. I mean, it's not a whole number, but that 50 cent level, though it's a little high. I always say the 50 cent level for stocks under $5 is can be pretty key, but you just look there. I mean, the low was 24.50, so next low is 24. So just could be a mini psychological level to break out. Yeah, well, that's why I took some out. I mean, just in case. I've taken some out from 24.86 to 24.60. I mean, nothing fabulous, but holding on just in case it has the big break. If it gets back up to where I shorted, I'm out. That's okay. I mean, if it goes back up, I'm out. But I've taken some very minor profit, but we do it all over again just in case we had that big fall. Whew. All right, guys. Time is it? 1:50. Okay, so I know somebody mentioned this one earlier. CEAD, low float, 6.6 million in the float. What's the next high looking left on the weekly chart? And that is 289. Any news on this one? All right, what do these guys do? CEAD. Biosecurity. Okay. Again, the next high looking left. 290. I mean, that is far enough away, guys. I mean, it is far enough away if it wants to keep running. It's a low float. Big volume. It's going to trade the float probably by the end of the day. 6.6 million in the float. It's traded 5.2 already. Yeah, this is definitely a cat and mouse game right at 2460 for the Nielsen. Come on, come on. Either do something, Nielsen. Do something. Crack or go up. I want to move on. Can I say it? Can I say Kirak yet? It's just a game, guys. It's just a game. I'm just watching the Nielsen, obviously. I want to see if it really takes out 50 in a big way. Meanwhile, EBIX is another one. I mean, had earnings on the 9th. There, I think that was the reaction right there. And then nice follow through, or maybe this was a reaction. Yeah, this was a reaction to earnings. Great day on Thursday. Bit of a sell-off on Friday and a bigger one today for EBIX. Meanwhile, CEAD I've just completely disregarded. Flying here. Boy, oh boy, there's the EBIX now. I mean, it's below 33.80, so it is below the low of 2 days ago. I mean, this is a lot like the CSIQ. I mean, not the same sector, of course, but it's a lot like the CSIQ. When we look left and look at well, you have the 200-day, that might stop it, 30.80 or so. But, you know, that's $3 away from the 200-day. But I'm just concentrating on the Nielsen here, guys. See if we had that big breakdown that Zach promised me. Do you have shorts available for CEAD, William? Or are you long this one? There are no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers for CEAD. Really? At Fidelity? E-Trade. E-Trade? I hate it when E-Trade has shorts and IB doesn't. I think we're winning the war, Zach. I think we're winning that fight. Come on, drift. So the next low looking left is 24. So, I mean, look, 24 may stall it. I mean, I'd be happy if I got down to 24. The volume had just tailed right off. No enthusiasm. That's what you'd like to see. No enthusiasm. All right, so if you don't want to short Queb or FXI, I forgot about this one. So here's, you can buy the bear, the 3-time bear, China, Yang. Well, okay, so LD, I mean, I do have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on a lot of my time frames. Do I pay a huge amount of attention to it? No, but I mean, I'm aware of it, so that if I happen to click on an alert and I look at the chart and I do see the 8 EMA, either 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA, and I'm looking to short something, that gives me a little more confidence, as an example. And it doesn't really matter the time frame. And conversely, if the 8 EMA is crossing above the 20 SMA, gives me a little more confidence to go long it. But I'm not glued to it, if that's what you mean. So if you can see my screen, the 8 EMA is the orange line, and the 20 SMA is the blue line, as an example. So in this case, nothing has happened. You know, I mean, there's the 8 EMA, there's a 20 SMA. I mean, it would take a huge run up of the 20 SMA before that would cross. So it doesn't mean I don't just absolutely wait for a cross before I do anything, but I'm aware of them. Oh boy, we're really getting. Well, how close can it get to 24 Nielsen and LSN? Yeah, LD, I'm not a pivot a trader. I mean, just something I've never really looked into. I mean, I understand what they are and all that, but I've never really followed it too closely. But I know lots do, and bottom line, if it helps you trading, then you just stick with it. Boy, oh boy, if this takes out 24, that whole number. Well, you know what? I mean, 23, right here, 23, 2401. That's the low, I guess, 2401. So I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 24. You mean would I cover some of my position? Close. I want to see if that's what you mean. Just waiting to see what it does at 24. If it bounces off 24, I will certainly cover probably most of my position. But if it takes this out, I mean, I'm just holding. Oh man, it's right at 24 now, guys. Right at it. So something like 24.10 will probably get me out some if it pops off that 24. Otherwise, I'm just holding on. And again, guys, that came from number. I mean, we had it on the Halls resumes. So you would have seen it right here, okay? Halls resumes at 18. And then in Zach's topper, now this is difficult because you had an alert here, 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 and here. So, I mean, obviously if you'd, thing is, I wasn't watching it at 2172. It was probably running pretty quickly. All right, well, there's a little bit of our answer. Now, if it gets back up to 24, I will certainly take some off. Oof. All right, guys, I'm just watching. Art W, yeah, you guys somebody's just mentioning that one, Cam. Yeah, look at this. What a few days it's had. It hasn't been affected by the market at all. Farm machinery and equipment, okay. All right, guys, just as wow, you got to watch closely. So I have covered most of my Nielsen now. Just as it was, got down to that 70 level, the minute it started moving higher, I said I would take some out if it got close to that 24. So I'm out of most of my Nielsen short. All right, now moving on to something else perhaps. You guys have been talking about Williams TMC for a while. Next high looking left is 315. After that, 321. This has been pretty good, obviously. I mean, it hasn't wavered since this 137 a few days ago. Though I would say that this day was an awful day when it got up to 317 and it closed down here, almost $1 off, almost a third off. All right, guys, I'm completely out of that one now, Nielsen. Now, the Art W, is shortable. It is shortable at IB. Not many shares, 16,000 left. So there's, I bet my guess is if I looked 2 minutes ago, there would have been a lot more. Probably been snapped up right now. This is one I wish I'd had shorts for, Indo. Another just complete and utter breakdown from $87. Shouldn't have been up there, should not have been up there, but yeah, I have the MULN. I do have it thumbnailed. My other monitor, I've got a few thumbnail charts, of course. I do see that it's trying to pop a little bit here. I know Zach's got more patience than I do, but Nielsen underneath 24. I don't have any more left. Whoop, there it goes, guys. So I'm happy with my trade. This is going to make somebody a lot happier, though, if it gets down to 22. Well, what did it stall at? I'll just keep doing this. Even though I don't have any more, I'm going to induce it downwards for Zach. 23.60. So what did it get up to? It got up to 315. What was Friday? It got up to 315. So that's exactly where it stalled, right to the penny. And then 320 is the next. So obviously, I mean, if it can clear this somehow, at some point, then I guess it has some kind of a shot. Let's take a look, looking left. It looks like 399 would be the next high looking left. Good patience, Zach. I know you're still in this for the NLSN. Haven't seen Sava for a while. Look at Sava here. I mean, the day low over here is what, 32.77. So it's just below that. I mean, what's holding this up? Look at the monthly chart. 33.50, so that's below that. Yeah, I mean, this is, what do we have over here? We have 31.44. This is back in almost a year ago, April of last year. Those are the lows. So about a year ago, Sava is approaching about last year's low, or about almost a 12-week low. How about a 12-month low? Okay, we have, this one got halted. IOR got halted on the way down, just resumed. So guys, I'm basically done, I think, in terms of trading today. I'm just going to, something really startlingly happens. Startlingly. Tough word. So good opportunity probably. I mean, it's 2:16, so I've got another about 45 minutes on the mic. The room will be open until 3:30. I'll probably put myself on mute unless I get a lot of questions at 3. Meanwhile, Complete breakdown again in China. Well, you hear me say it every day. If you won't short for psychological reasons, I can't help you. Now, if you can't short because of a limitation in your brokerage account, okay, that's a different issue. But all right, I just put the homepage link in, my homepage link. So when you click on it, I'll get rid of all this. Oops. All right, sorry about that. I know I accidentally clicked on the trading room tab and closed it down, so I've got to start my... Here we go, I'm back, and I'll get the screen sharing done again. I accidentally clicked on the trading room tab. That got me out of it. So we'll try this again. So when you click on my link, homepage link. So, want to take out a subscription? Here you go. Barry for Alpha 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium, annual, $2,000, less the 15, so that'll get you down to $1,700. And the standard, $1,000, less the 15, that'll get you down to $850 a month. $850 for the year. Difference is the AI. This is kind of what the AI looks like. Not a lot of action today, really. But you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, fine. $118, $228, less the 15% for each. You can apply that discount to the first month only. You maintain a monthly subscription. This is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Well, you can't win them all. The trade of the week. This is a free service. The last two were awesome. This week's, though, if you're with me in the pre-market at 9 o'clock, yeah, rig was the trade of the week, or is the trade of the week. But you've got to pay attention to what was happening to the sector. So no way would I be touching that, even though it hit the trigger of 440, 450. You can't go against the sector. Now tomorrow, it could be entirely different. Maybe oil starts to rally again, but anyway, that's free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Excuse me. What makes this stock great, or this trade great? This is the video I'm now doing at noon. Education. You click on that, and we have a great user guide. So we have the different segments: alert windows, top list windows, single stock windows, all the way down here to the stock racing. Want to find out more about stock racing? Just click on that. So these are the segments, but we also have a fully searchable table of contents. If I were starting out with Trade Ideas, this is what I would do, though. I would take the 20 introductory lessons first. Just goes over some of the basic stuff very quickly. What is a top list? Build a top list, an alert window, create an alert window. You want to get more in detail about everything. Then you just go to the user guide. So daily support. So Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Chris will be there. Chris Varley from Trade Ideas will be in our YouTube room. So when I do shut the main room down at 3:30, you can head over there. I'll put the link to YouTube in before I do leave. And daily webinars. Monday, Wednesday this week. Tuesday, Thursday next week. You can sign up for them all here. And the back to basics. If you're new to trading, I really encourage you to take a look at this video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. It starts off with what is a stock? And last, my scans. You want the scans that I'm sharing? They are right here. Okay? So there is a lot of information on these two sections. Education and my scans. Save my link, then you can look at it anytime you want. Man, oh man, Lilm. What do these guys do that are just getting crushed? So Germany, okay, so anything to do with Europe really, but I don't know specifically. Okay, Zach and everybody. Anybody know about iceberg research? Because that is one of the reasons why this is getting killed here. I wish I'd known that. Stocks lockup period. Well, I could have known that, but so here's another one of those short sellers, guys. Iceberg research. You know about iceberg research? Okay. I think I may have seen them before, but maybe not quite as prominent. I can't wait for the next one from Hindenburg. And TRA, I mean, it recovered somewhat. There's no question it recovered somewhat, but, not, remember where it came from. Ija, how are your shorts? How are your short trades going? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow. Let's take a look at the sectors just for fun. I mean, I know everything's going to be red, but my interest is more. Well, first of all, our dividends. Our dividends are the utilities stark red also, or actually it's interesting. This market is being taken down. I mean, you look at consumer staples, 64% of them are up. Healthcare, 50-50. Energy still getting materials, 60% of them up. I would have thought the way this market was that, of course, the Dow was only a little bit down now. The Dow was kind of positive most of the day, and a lot of these bigger companies are Dow companies. So maybe that's probably the reason why they're not being really hit. Anyway, this really hasn't changed that much from the, well, that's not true. Financials, well, look at financials. 80% of them are up. Again, interesting. It didn't hit your 22. That's okay though. That was, I mean, it still looks driftable down, doesn't it though? I lost sight of the NGMS. I was talking about this just underneath 12. Another lifetime low showed up in the option scan, not the option scanner, the 10-day daily breakdown. It was a late one too. It came at 12:38 the time, and the price was 12. A beauty though. I mean, this is just what's going to hold this up? An all-time low. Look at this thing. It's showing up on my scanner. I guess I don't have a price, minimum price. This is halted. Penny stock, 12-cent stock. Well, guys, I'm basically done. I mean, I know there are some things. I mean, this IMAP looks really interesting too to short it. Not quite an all-time low. Yeah, some volume coming in, not showing up on my scans. The relative volume's too low for them to show up, for it to show up. But of course, this was super active about 4 days ago. Go all the way up to 14. This is a security stock, right? Yeah, security stock, cybersecurity. Oh, I don't know. I can't answer that question. You'd have to have this channel up. I don't. I mean, if you're talking about the major sectors, you'd have to have this up. to see the the differences. So I don't know. Now you can also, I know we got this ETF racing, so we have a lot more like drilling down into a lot of these sectors, ETFs. And then you can kind of watch this as a race, and that would show you. The other thing you could do is you could create a race with those major sectors, the XLE, XLF. You could create a race on that, just those. And then you could see, what sector is moving now, if that makes sense. In the same way this is happening, okay? But imagine if these were the major sectors. Welcome, Bredker, to the room. I have no idea who's in the rig trade. I know I'm not. If you were here, I'll explain it again. If you were here in the pre-market with us, we opened the room at, the room is open at least, it's open at 8 or earlier, okay? No later than 8. I don't get on the mic until 9, Eastern time, of course. But I talked about the rig, and I said, listen, let's take a look at what's happening in energy. I just would never have taken this. Okay, you got to watch what's happening with energy, and this is going to be tough. Why was this ripping? Well, energy, oil was getting up to whatever 130, 35, $138. It's now dropped down to approximately 100. So I never would have taken this until I saw something turn around in the energy sector. So that's my 2 cents. I have no idea who in this room took rig. So just because it says, suggested entry is a pullback to 440, which it did. Obviously it did that. That would probably make me a little nervous to begin with. That had pulled back already in the pre-market. But anyway, I don't know how. I don't know who is in rig. I don't know what the stop is. Well, is this been stopped out? Is it the 20 SMA or the 10 SMA? Why is it choppy? Because of the float. 4 point. I know it's it's traded an astonishing number of shares. Obviously, that's almost 100 times the float. But look at the sector it's in. The EV sector is it's just not going that well. So the chop is, a lot of it is because the float. Got people. Oops, no, I don't like that. What happened there? Okay. It's just trading. Traders are trading this. There's, Just because it's trading so much doesn't mean it's going to go straight up. What did it hit in the pre-market, or what did it hit once the market opened? $2. You know, I mean, it's got a lot of resistance too. You know, right around that area also. Well, the email outlines it completely, right? If it's a 10 SMA, I think it's got to close below it. I did not read the email, so all right, let me just see what it says. Okay, so a pullback to the 10-day SMA. Okay. All right, so in theory, this is going to get stopped out. Okay, in theory, because what it says is, you know, take it on a pullback to 450. Yeah, take it on a pullback to 450. Now, you know, listen, had it worked out the way, you know, Steve had hoped it would, is that it would have pulled back to 450 and then bounced off that 450, okay? And then maybe energy was going to have a rally again, and it could have rallied from there. At this point, the stop is, like, you're going to get out. If you're in this one, you'll be getting out of this at the end of the day because, I mean, in my opinion, you should never have taken the trade, but when I say you, I mean, I'm just talking in general. Because, yeah, do not let the price of rig close below that line. So, is obviously, unless there's some crazy rally at the end, this is going to close below 450. It is live. It was live because it did, you know, obviously it pulled back to 450. So in theory it was live, but again, you've got to figure out, you got to say, okay, why would I take this when, you know, the price of oil is really starting to drop, challenging 100? Hey, listen, how many, you know, you go to CNBC or go to any of these websites that specialize in forecasting. How many times did we see $150, $200 oil? I mean, I know I saw that all over the place. I have no expectation for oil price. Okay, I have none. You know, I'm not trying to be flippant. I have no expectation. I mean, whatever it is, it is. You know, I mean, tomorrow we're trying. We're trying to hold 100. It looks like, but I have no expectation whatsoever. I don't really think like that. Mainly because I'm not a long-term trader, so I'm not worried about. Well, man, I'm in these energy stocks. Where do I think oil is going to go? But I really don't have any expectation. Let me ask you this. What's your expectation, Mohammed? What's your expectation? You know, what do you think? Because again, I saw so many websites and talking about 150 to $200 barrel oil. I mean, it may happen. I mean, it may happen later, but that's what it was going to. Okay, and obviously it didn't. One moment, please. $300. Give me a break. Okay, that would not be my expectation. You know what else is kind of moving a little bit? Just a little bit is KSCP. I'm watching it. You know, this is thumbnailed for me. Just trying to base here. But you know what we need? Like everything else, we need volume. We need a big volume bar. Like minimum of that, I think. And that might get it rolling again. Yeah, I mean, listen, wherever it goes, obviously. Now, the only reason, if I were somebody who was trying to guess and felt very strongly one way or the other, of course, then I'd be taking some energy plays, right? I just don't feel strongly one way or the other. I don't know which way it's going. And I guess that's the reason why people, ask questions like that. I'm not singling you out, Mohammed, but just in general, because they're trying to say, wow, this guy thinks oil is going to 120, 130, 140. I better take some energy plays. But because that's not my style of trading, I don't really care. I mean, wherever it is, and that day I'll trade around it if I have to. Nice one, Poe. You are Mr. Pullback in the room for sure. Well, I know you're not in it anymore, but Nielsen may get down to the 22 level. Yeah, it might. I mean, it's got the 200-day right there, 21.23, but well, whether that holds it up or not. Now we saw this one earlier. This is a so this this S. It's going to have it's an all-time low. What else is it new? All-time low for S. Releasing earnings after hours tomorrow, and bets are being placed now. Man, I mean these are just so. All these stocks making all-time lows. Yeah, this is not that is not confirmed. At least not that I know of anyway. You're talking about the Nielsen, right? So I mean, read what you want, in talks to buy, in talks. So this is not a confirmation. Yeah, and look at this at the ending. There is no guarantee of a deal. I mean, yeah, so they're in talks and it could all fall apart. Yeah, buy the dip is over, Joey, for a while anyway. You could always rely on buying the dip. Now listen, let's take a look at the SPY. And again, you got to let's put it in some kind of perspective. I mean, it looks bad. I mean, the last 3 months, but remember at the bottom of the pandemic, this was 216. Rally, 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 rally. So yeah, we're definitely a bad 3 months, no question. And but where can this area right here, say the 375 area, hold it? Yeah, so Sam, the trades of the week are always long, okay? Always long. But this is going to get stopped out if if a person took it, but I don't want to beat it to death, but I said I would not take this one unless the energy sector started to pop. I mean, if you look at the last two trades of the week, I mean, why did they work so well? Well, energy was soaring, right? So that's why they worked so well. I went to the well maybe one too many times, but I mean, the whole idea is, I mean, in my opinion, the trades of the week or any trade that you look at, any alert you get, you have to look at what the overall market's doing also and the sector. So when you say the sector getting trashed, why would you take the trade? And I'm not talking, again, I'm just talking in general, not singling any specific person out. Yeah, and there's more than just, yeah, exactly. There's more than just Ukraine slash Russia. I mean, there's, inflation is probably number one, really. It could. I mean, 23 right now is believable, so why not 22, right? Meanwhile, that Sentinel is just. Well, I mean, any oil play right now is probably looking like this, right? I mean, it's not just Chevron. I mean, any oil play. I mean, look at the sector. You know, we show this quite a bit. So look at the sector. Go to the sector status, and virtually every single stock that makes up. I don't know if CVX is in here. There's CVX. Every single stock in XLE is down from a Friday's close. Every single one of them, except for HFC. So I mean, it's not just CVX. I mean, it's the entire sector. Now listen, what happens if oil right now, as we speak, is okay? Is what 10? So Brent is 106, down $6. Well, what happens if, I don't know, something happens overnight or after hours or something happens and all of a sudden oil takes another spurt up to, 110, 120, 130? Well, obviously all those energy plays that are being sold off today probably are going to pop. But I don't know what's going to happen. Well, not that I wish this on the market or anything like that, but I mean, obviously you get rampant inflation, and I am talking about rampant, and we started seeing interest rates really starting to lift. I mean, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but what if we had interest rates of 5, 6, 8, 10, 12%? People are going to then if you're loaded in cash and you don't have a lot of debt, boy, I mean, you just put your money in the bank and get that sort of interest basically risk free. I'm not wishing that on the market, but yeah, 1970. Well, not I would say 1980 style. Check interest rates around 81, 82, guys. NVCT low float. Okay. All right. This was an IPO a couple of months ago. Yeah, I remember this one now, sort of. Yeah, I mean it's done reasonably well, hasn't it? I mean, look at the daily chart. It's done. It's not a weekly chart. Certainly not following the market. It doesn't trade very much. I mean, that's only 0.13, so 367,000. But as a, I mean, I have to say this is one of the better ones I've seen, counter to what the rest of the market's doing. And this is a bio, so it's not energy. It's a bio. So the high was 1037. So okay, the high it's high. Yeah, I mean this is pretty impressive, really. You mean what 1 p.m. East West Coast time, Pacific time? Yeah. All right, guys. I am going to just put the announcement in. I'll put myself on mute at 3. If there are any questions that I have to hop on the mic, I will. And just before I shut the main room down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to our YouTube link or our YouTube room. And if you want, you can listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. And that is, of course, Monday to Friday. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. Oh, I see. In terms of the daylight savings time, yeah. Love it in the fall. They get that extra hour, but not so much in the spring. Yeah, that's been a rumor for a long time about getting doing away with it. Sorry, I saw Zach. You posted that ARQQ. Oh yeah, yeah. Nice break on the. Excuse me, on the 15. Looks like a UK stock. Yeah, it's got some room. Yeah, I mean 1721 or 17. Actually, 1637 is the next high looking left, and then after that is 1724. So, and it's a low float, 16 million in the float. Software publishers. So what do they really do though? Quantum encryption. Okay. What was that other quantum stock that was really, really? I don't think it was this one. It was another one. Got up to around 30 something. I can't remember anymore. I don't think it was. No, not QuantumScape. No, it was another one. Yeah, because this got way up. No, it was another one. Had quantum in the name, I think. I don't think so, TRD. There's another one that I sort of remember. Got up into the 30s. Might have even started with the letter P. All right, guys. So listen, I'll put myself on mute now, and again, I'll hop on the mic if I have to. But otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute now.
checking the sound here. Video looks good. Alright, sound is good too. Happy Monday, everybody. Another interesting start to the week as we grind lower in the markets here. Quiet day for myself. The races that I've been running, having such good success with for a couple of months, have been kind of quiet. A couple of scalp trades I got out of them today, and that was it for me. I lost all the data, unfortunately, on my races here as I crashed a couple of times today. So I don't even remember what I traded, to be honest with you. Oh, here we go. KSCP. I can't even find it on here. This was the one I probably should have held a little bit more, but I took it on here, and when things started getting wobbly, I got out of it really quick. And then, let's see, Y10, same thing. You know, the market just didn't look like it knew what it wanted to do, and so I grabbed it actually on this pullback here, somewhere down here. And when it had that wick and came back down, I killed the trade somewhere in here. So I'll walk away happy with that, I suppose, today. Always could be more. And other than that, there really wasn't a lot of stuff jumping out at me. I think ASO was actually looking good for most of the day coming through this. Yeah, still there now. But as you see, just not a lot of tickers on those top lists there. So, you know, a lot of people sitting and waiting. Fed's going to make decisions and things like that. And all that good stuff. So anyways, that's life in the trading lane. Kevin, if you can hear me, Market Explorer, you got to make sure you're on our latest build, 5.5.69, and you go to New, and go to this E here, Market Explorer, TIQ, TI Quant, Trade Ideas Quant, and that'll give you this window here. And this gives us, there's some tools in here that we can build stuff on our end that can't be done with the normal scanning or normal scan building. Right here, this will give you a link to the user's guide that goes over the Market Explorer and some of the scans that are in there. And you can right click and look for server window, and you'll see, I think you're looking for RSI divergences. So we have RSI divergence long and short for dailies. That's everything that we have right now. But quite a few scans that are in here now. Another tweak was done to the bullish, to the bull flag. I guess that's looking a little nicer again, although I doubt there's really many bull flags out there on a daily chart today. And let's see, inside days, 30, 15, inside day, inside 30, inside 50, inside 5, and inside 2 are all just added last week if anybody hadn't noticed or hadn't been around for any of these. So those are all there. I'm not sure how well any of those kind of bullish scans are going to be working out given the environment that we're in, but they are there nonetheless. And, you know, what we always tell people is if you've got a scan idea that is not just some niche that you're looking for, and it's just something you're probably going to be interested in. If you have a scan that you think is something a lot of traders actually use that you'd like to see built, you could always make a request for it with the Market Explorer. Make no promises of it happening, but if it's something that we believe will be popular among users, we will allocate the time to build it out. Excellent, Kevin. So yeah, just make sure you're on the latest version of Trade Ideas. 5.5.69 is the latest. So let's take a look, see if anything's coming through some of this stuff here and what they look like. I'll move this down a little bit. Right click server window. Let's look at the bear flags. I know the bear flag, Michael's having a lot of trouble with that, and the math is just tough on it. Interesting link to green. Let's try that again. There we go. Yes. That looks good. That worked out. Yeah, some of these look okay, some of these not as much. Click through a few more of these. Yeah, finding any kind of flag on a 72-cent stock, I don't think so. Alright, some not so bad looking ones here. On the bear flag, let's take a look at the bull flag. This wants to link to green. Try that again. That's alright, not great, not terrible. More of a pennant than flag, I'd say. See what it's looking for. Again, not great. Of course, today's price action doesn't help. There's your pull. There's your flag. Same idea there. Again, not exactly a day for bull flags, I'd say. And again, folks, this is an open forum here, so if anybody has questions, I'm kind of just messing around, tooling with the software, thinking out loud a little bit. So please ask those questions. As I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Alright, some okay looking ones here. Continental Resources could be interesting given the environment in oil. Commodities taking a breather today, I'd say, but I think that was to be expected with some profit taking. I'm not sure anything's up besides the VIX today. But again, I still feel like there's no panic selling. It's just a steady, orderly sell-off, grinding down. Every time there's a pop in the market, and sold off again in a day or two at max. Now it's just sold off every day. Last probably 4 or 5 days. But still, that's a nice looking flag that's happening there. And a nice recovery given that big gap down and where we're going to close on it, and considering the SPY just all day long, just grinding down today, the SPY. Excellent, Kevin. Excellent. That's what we like to make it as easy as we can. People are also, and not that it's a bad thing, but people can make things as complicated as they want as far as their own scan building goes. So again, fire some questions for me, folks. But for anybody struggling with ideas and things, the Market Explorer might be somewhere to check out. And And my recommendation with the Market Explorer would be this: try to look for quality setups going into the next day, or things that are alerted early in the day on it, and see how anything develops. But this is not a market to go running in anywhere in the first 10 minutes to half an hour, depending on what you're looking at and why you're looking at it. Obviously, we're one of those people that's playing, the stuff that's really, really moving in the day. And, that's who you are, and you manage that risk well, and you do that, then obviously a different kind of animal as far as what you're doing for trading. But for those that are, looking for more of the swing trade ideas, or kind of, a hold through the day idea, those setups, they're few and far in between right now. And that's just the way it is in the market now. We've had very long stretches of easy going in this market overall over the last 10, 11 years, whatever it is, 12 years. And right now the winds are different. That's all there is to it. On top of that, like I mentioned earlier, you have the Fed meeting. Are they going to hike? They're not going to hike. If they hike, by how much? So much of that talk's going on, and we can't control any of that. All we can do is control our risk. So keep that in mind. But again, court, today doesn't help. That was a nice looking flag starting there, but obviously today's price action, not so much. So that's that. So again, relative strength, whatever the pattern that you happen to like to look at, that's what you might want to keep in mind. And there's very, very few spots with any relative strength going on these days. XLF, we got financials, not as healthy as they were. They're up today, but only because of that big gap up. But big picture here, even the financials, which have had this great long-term trend going on, they ran out of steam somewhere in here. Looked like they might do it, but not not so much anymore. What are we looking at? MULN, Peter? All right, let me take a look. So a few things I'd note, Peter. You got a low float here, all right? And so you got to be really careful with low price, low floats, because there's unfortunately going to be a lot of trader rooms out there that they're going to get together, and they're going to find something that might have had some news, or for some reason might have some kind of action in it, then really kind of pump that price action in it. And then as soon as the open comes, they're all going to have sell on open orders essentially. So, especially stocks like this, I would not go chasing in the first, I'd say, 20 minutes or so. You got to, at the very least, I would say wait for that second 5-minute bar to develop and start to see what happens there. Because we can see this thing gapped up, and as soon as it gave up its opening range, that 15-minute opening range, that was it for the day essentially. CYRN, I think you're right there, perfect circle. The other thing too is, look at this here, Peter. We were discussing support pivot lines and whatnot. I don't know, it was 2 weeks ago maybe. We ran into that area back here on the last time I tried to make a move up, and we talk about it being zones and not exact lines. So it poked up through that, could not hold it, and gave it back. And look at it, even when it tried to recover later in the day today, still can't get through that line. So those are that's something you got to look at. You got to look left, Where's your resistance levels? Now, let's just pretend that it can capture $2. Your next level might be up here, but you got to remember these things too. Stocks under $5, every 25 cents is going to be a struggle for them. 150 is going to be a struggle. 175 is going to be a struggle. $2 is going to be a struggle. All right, so you have a lot of things that make a struggle on stocks at this price. One, this low float, you don't know who's really pumping it up if it doesn't have some kind of really sustainable news, number one. Number two, your resistance looking left, all right? That's always going to be a factor. And number three, the people factor. The people factor is that 150, 175, $2 range, And it gets, the lower the price the stock gets, you can even cut those down to maybe 15-cent ranges, because people are going to be taking huge shares. And so, 10, 5, 10, 15 cents is all some people might need on stocks at a price like that. And so those, that whole combination of things is what makes it really tough to trade these really small price stocks like that. CYRN. This was a high flyer a few weeks ago, right? Yeah. So this thing, it's got a personality. A lot of stocks have personalities. And what's the personality of this stock? This is these big topping tails that are all over the place on this thing just constantly happen. Sometimes they're bigger than others, but just its history is just that right there. Topping tails all over the place. And this is going to be some news driven thing. I think this really made a move when whatever's happening in Europe started with the Russia and Ukraine, and talks of different cyber attacks and things like that going on. And so that gave that this big pop during that week or so. And then, of course, it sells off as that news dies down, and then some more news comes out, and it moves up again. So your two things here: one, low float, and two, news. So you're at the mercy of those two items. No, personality is not a term for bag. I mean, it can be used as a term for bag holders, I'd say, but not in this case. Some stocks just, I don't know, they make these huge moves up and they never hold them for whatever reason. So that's what the chart is. The chart is that, just that. Because, I would say you wouldn't have a lot of bag holder effect here, because, all right, you've got this stock. All right, let's move back in time. All right, so when you've had some of these pops like this, you've had a nice uptrend already. All right, and then, a revision to the mean, if you want to call it that, and then a move up again. So it's like these bag holders here, they've had plenty of chances to get out. uh, Maybe you could call it bag holders from whenever its IPO was or something. I don't know. I don't know how far back this chart goes, but you see, overall, just just a long-term downtrend, anyways. So for whatever reason, there appears to me to be no investors in this stock. It's just a day trading vehicle. If you were to ask me, that's what this looks like. It's just a complete day trading vehicle. 2.6 mil in the float. So I see those top lists starting to come back alive again. Interesting how those top lists are coming back alive at the moment. And so, well, we'll see. The winds are changing, and these stock races have ran their course, and I got to go back to the well or the drawing board and come up with something else. But I think like anybody that's looking anything long, it's going to be affected by the overall market, and just a long downtrend. That's all there is to it. DWAC getting into an ad zone. I wouldn't go chasing something like DWAC. That's it, right? DWAC, yeah. These things like this are sell the news events. This is something tied with Trump's social media. Am I mistaken in that? This is the one, right? So I believe that if that's what this is, I think you had, whatever rumors came out about it, and every time there's a new rumor or it looked like it's almost ready to go or something like that, you're seeing all these things happen here. I suspect it's either I guess it either is released or it's not, or it's close to release or something like that. And so I would suspect, because this is 100% news driven, sell the rumor right here. A day trading vehicle, perhaps, but unless you have some fundamental insights on why to make this into a long-term hold or an investment, that's it. It's a day trading vehicle at this point. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, if you've got, you have a plan, obviously stick to that with it, but unless this is popping on one of my scans during the day, I'd have no interest in it. But, we can still always do some technical looks on it here. So you got this big move up, towed that line, fell below it, couldn't get by it, fell below it, bumped its head, finally made its move out of it. Um, Came down, found support there, moved back off of it and grinding, and banging right onto it again today. So it becomes again one of those things. Below there, bearish. Above here, not necessarily bullish, actually, to be honest with you. No volume compared to what it's normally doing right now. I mean, yes, 3 mil shares traded, so it's plenty liquid to get in and out, but there's nobody's here excited about it. Not in the last 10 days anyways. Yang still doing it. Still waiting for China. Last week, again, I had someone telling me China's ready for that bounce. Oh, yeah? It is, huh? That don't look like a bounce to me. That really don't look like a bounce to me. Standard, there's no automation, Robert, in the standard. You have to have a premium for automation. And automation can only be done with alert windows. So essentially, you build an alert window. I think the general syllabus of automation works in building an alert window, back testing it, and having a few key things that you know to look for in a back test, slash some optimizations, but don't over optimize. And then you deploy it in the simulator, and then if it looks good in the simulator, I'd say you want it to look really good in the simulator, then start with live trading. And any live trading, anytime you go to automation with live trading, your goal should not be making money on your at least the first couple of days, if not week plus. It should be making sure that it works in live automation. And what I mean by works is that you're not getting hammered in it. And then you slowly increase from there. I'd say the E-Trade environment is best for that if it's a long window. And the reason for that is you can buy one share with E-Trade, there's no commissions, and you can see what happens from there, and you really, your risk is beyond minimal. And then slowly, as you move up, if it seems like it's working, you go from 1 share maybe to 5 shares, to 10 shares, to 30 shares, to 50 shares. And then I'd say if you're at 50 shares and it continues to work after building it up over a week or two, then you can start to go with what your real risk plan is. From your watch list, you can set buy and sell levels in the sense of you could put like a stop limit to get into a stock or stop orders to get out of it. But that's just setting orders like you would in your broker. Let me find my brokerage plus window somewhere here. All right, connect to the simulator here. Letting it connect to the simulator here. Give me a second, or not. There it goes. Woof! Today, I'm down 1,100 in the sim today. That's no good. What happened? I have no idea. All these positions are just random positions in here. All right. With that aside, what you can do is, you can set a stop limit. So, for example, if I wanted to buy KWeb, let's say at $22, if it rises there. So let me, get KWeb here. Loaded into the sim. All right. Let's say I wanted to buy 100 shares of KWeb at a stop limit. So we'll go, let's go with 22.35 for fun. And so there's the stop price, and if I want to attach the limit price to it because it's a stop limit, 21.35, and I press buy, now I have a stop buy that's going to go in at that price. There it is. Okay, I was wondering what's taking so long. So for those that aren't familiar, and I know this used to trip me up really, really badly. So for those that don't understand how stop orders work and stop limits work, a stop is essentially saying, if the price reaches here, I want you to send out a market order for whatever shares I've decided. That's how a stop works. All right. A stop limit works if the price reaches here, that's the stop. All right, then I want you to send out a limit order for this price. So it becomes a conditional order, a buy conditional order. And that's why, for example, you can't move a stop limit on a chart. That should come right back down. See how it came right back down on me? Because there's a limit order attached to the stop level. So it's a buy conditional order. There's two conditions for this order to trigger now. So you could do things like that. So you go through your watch list and you could set orders like that based on, you could build a strategy, Robert. So what you could do is you could come here into the strategies tab and you could either modify one that's here. You could right click and go new trading strategy, and then go, entry time if you need one, order details. You want to go fixed shares, or do you want to go based on a stop loss that you're going to create, or fixed dollars? So, in this we can go fixed shares, and we can go, 100 shares, and we can call it we can call it a stop limit order here. All right. And good to the day. We can add targets and things like that to it. So we wanted a, let's say a 3% stop loss, and we can go with, a 3% target. And we wanted the whole time, we could add that. All right. Or, we can just do a regular limit order. If you're going a stop limit, though, you got to come up, you have to have the, this starts to get into some advanced trading stuff here. That's what you could do there. You could, set limit orders. We can go limit, You choose your limit offset here. How can you change your target? You can just grab it and pull the target. So we can call this test. Press OK. And so now I've got it here. I can enable this. And I'll show you 1 second there, Pamela. Where am I looking for? Click to enable. And now, I can cancel this order here. And I can, right click and I could go trade buy using test. It's going to send out all the orders here. Default chart long. There we go. And so you'll have to enable the strategies each day. Oh, okay, I was wondering what's happening. The market's closing. So it canceled it on me because I put it in at the market close. Let's see if I can't get it to trigger here after the market closed. Nada. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a limit fill here so I can show you. I could do it with one of these here, actually. I think I have a target somewhere on one of these. Guess not. So, all right, I've got this, this limit order way down here. All right, I can grab this and move it. Whoop, nope, it's a stop limit, I guess, too. I have no idea what's in here. And limit submitted discretionary. Yeah, what I could do is this. Cancel. Let's get rid of both those orders. All right, so I could take this here, I can add a target like this and go 16. All right, and you're going to see a target populate there. So there it is, and I can grab that right here and I can move that up. You can do that stuff. What you can't do is you can't set up a strategy to like press play and it just trades for you, Robert. That's what you can't do. For anybody that has not watched this, a couple of things here I'll share here. One, watch this video that I'm about to drop. That really, if you really want to get into Brokerage Plus, because I mean, I love Brokerage Plus. Not everybody feels the same way about it as I do, but it's the only reason that I went to IB is to use Brokerage Plus. All right. The beginning of this video is about linking to IB. Once you get past that, Michael goes into all the stuff about Brokerage Plus. How to set up trading off the charts, how to set up different strategies, how to use, a filter if you wanted to for a stop or target or anything like that. That video was great, all right? It's a great reference. Heck, I use it sometimes as a reference. All right. Then also the user's guide. I cannot express how wonderful this user's guide is and what it does. I get that some of the user's guide, that was the same video twice. I didn't copy the other link that I wanted. I get that, some of the user's guide can be a little tough if you don't have context. But as you get context, as you gain knowledge in the software, more of the user's guide should become intuitive. So, I just dropped a link to the user's guide in there, and whole section on Brokerage Plus. All right, one by one, all these different items that are in here to go through. And like, I'm more than happy to go over this stuff, but there's going to be, at night at 7 o'clock at night, you're gonna want to mess around with stuff, and or it's 8 o'clock in the morning, or you're going to be on your own on a trading day. You might not be feeling like being in the trading room with Barry, or it's in between support sessions. Barry doesn't really use Brokerage Plus a ton, so he might not have the answers, but you have this for a reference here. So all the stuff that I've just shown is in that video that I just shared, and here in the guide. All right, all the different things about connecting to the brokers themselves, connecting to the simulator. The different tabs in here, how you can see them in different grid versions, if you want them popped out, if you want them docked into Brokerage Plus. All right, goes over what each one covers, what they all do, and then of course, eventually we get to, going over the strategies that are preloaded in there, what they mean. All right, how to load strategies in, how to edit those strategies. All right. What the functions are here when you're shorting things, and what a stop limit means. Stephanie really I don't think she missed anything, to be honest. Um, she goes into the editing, deleting all this here. So, and again, these are all questions. This is why, one of the reasons that I do this daily. So, for anything here, fire away. When you set it as a default chart strategy, long or short. So, like, look here, I have it save as somewhere default long. That's when you can use this here. All right. So, I can go in and set up a buy here. Again, because we're outside of the market hours now, I forget how all this will work or not work. Let me find something. Mike, see what's happening? We're doing all right over here. See if I can get this to trigger in the after hours. See, the problem with after hours is it has to be limit orders, and it's got to be stock that's kind of liquid and all those things like that. No, as long as it's a movable order, you can do it. If you're live trading, you can move it on screen here. You can, if you're with IB, you can modify the order in Trader Workstation, whatever parameters they allow for it. E-Trade, I'm not sure what they do or do not, have for modifying your order, but you can modify it anywhere. Um, you can't have multiple default chart strategies, but you can have more than one strategy here. Trade and use any of these items here. So, you could set up different strategies that are in there, based on different risk parameters you want to have. So you can make, like I said, you can either modify any of these or you can create different ones. So let's say you have one that you want, stop it. No, don't make me crash. Ah, yay. So, let's say you have one where you want a stop to be in it and one where you don't want a stop to be in it, or one you want to stop in a target and one you only want the target, and so on and so forth, based on, whatever you don't decide to base it on. And you could have all those different strategies in there. And when you either, and you don't have to do it right from there. Like, you can right click, well, it won't work in a race, but in a top list or an alert window. Let me find an alert window. Like alert window, you could right click and trade. And there you'd have it. Where are you, Brokerage Plus? There you are. So yeah, all that's available within the standard. Like I said, what you can't do is the part that you can't do is automate it, where you can just enable the strategy and it's going to trade for you. That you have to be premium. So let's see, XOP. We're discussing some profit taking was definitely going on today. Interesting. USO. Same thing. Let's look at GLD. Same thing. GDX. I see a pattern here. Oop. Can we go back to the basics? I already have a stocks I like channel. I would like an additional top list like that, but not have specific filters. Basically, I want the list to be uploaded from Excel. So what you can do, so Pamela, what you're saying is you want to have a top list, just look at a specific set of stocks, and that's it? Robert, if premium is 228 monthly, or it's essentially 2,000 for the year, and standard is 118 monthly, or it's about 1,000 for the year. So about double the difference. About double is the price difference, Robert. So what you could do is you could take the stocks from the Excel sheet and you could copy them into a symbols list. So you could go symbols list and then create a new list and whatever you want to call it from, if I could spell it, it'd be good, from my Excel. All right, and then you could copy paste those here, whatever whatever stocks you want. And then anytime you redo a list, anytime you add to a list, go refresh from server, and then you can go new top list and essentially come to symbols list, go add existing list, and here you see from my Excel personal. All right, and then click on it so it's only the following list, and there's a drop down menu where you could exclude or only follow that list or other list too. And so now this top list would only look at that list. There's no filters in here. There's columns, of course, and you could look at whatever columns you want. But that's all it would do. And so you'd have those stocks on that list. So just as an example, I'll give you a list that'll actually populate here. We could go my liked personal. All right, and so now this is only following the stocks on my liked. All right, that's all that's going to be there. Nothing's filtering or anything, and I could right click from here and trade BCRX using whatever was here, or MER, JNPR, any of these items here. No, I think I think I'm understanding you, Pamela. So hopefully I'm answering the questions in the proper way. Otherwise, I apologize. But I think that's what you were looking for, right? Yeah. Yep. So what you could do, and then Peter, I see your question on Dave. I'm gonna pull that chart up in a second there for you. Um, you come to the search tab and whatever filters you're interested in, you just click the filter and show column. And then there are columns that won't be here. And so you come to columns and you can manage that, for example, sector, subsector, industry group, all these things like that. Um, those are columns that you can add or not add. Or, you know what I mean, that you can add or take away. And then the left side here is what's going to be displayed for columns, and the right side will be what you take away. What's always going to be on the right side is any columns that are in your Windows specific filters. All right, those will always be there. If you're using if you're using any of these filters, those will be there. So perfect. Glad that sorts you well. And then let's see. Let me get rid of these things here. And I don't know if that's necessarily basics either, Pamela. I would say it's one of those things that if you hadn't been doing it consistently, it's not intuitive and jumping right out at you. I would more say. Here's a video that I did on exactly what I just showed you there for creating an ETF list. Copy link address. So like this here that I have, sector analysis. This is just, I created a symbols list. That's it. It looks at a bunch of different ETFs. So we come symbols list, sector analysis. There's all these ETFs, all right? And I don't know, there's 70 something of them, 72 there, all right? And so all I did was I took this top list and there's no filters here. I just, a few columns that I decided to put in there. And I'm sorting on change from close percent, and that's it. And in the symbols list, you can see only the following list: sector analysis, personal. That's it. And so it's only going to look at those stocks. And I set the record count appropriate to the number of stocks that are in there. So I think, yeah, 75. There's 72 stocks total. And that's that. And so Dave, what are we looking at here, Dave? Love to, whenever someone says Dave, I love to give the Space Odyssey quote. Sorry, Dave, I cannot do that. It's currently up 10.2% on the scanner. Can't find any news about it except soon to release earnings. Been going up since March 8th. What kind of company are we looking at here? Stop it. New issue. We don't have a lot of data on it. Digital banking service. Products include budgeting tool to help. Alright, interesting. I'm just checking to see if I can see anything other than what the chart is telling us right there. We've got earnings coming on the 21st. Do we have that correct? We don't even have it in here for an earnings date. So Peter, for whatever reason, people are interested in it. I got no reason other than the age-old more buyers than sellers. The only thing I could say is that as a new issue, for whatever reason it got excited. Financials were doing well back here overall, so it's probably a net benefit of that. Market itself has rolled over since, so it's unfortunately a net loser on that, or net sufferer on that. It just looks like for whatever reason that's bottomed out here. I would also say, we could look at this level here as we clear that level. If we can continue to clear it, then you get this on a technical level, on technical thoughts and looks. But no, I can't give you any reason other than that. Volume's normal. You've got, one on the relative volume, traded just under 1 million shares today. So there's nothing jumping out saying, hey, buy me. But for some reason, perhaps someone knows something. I'd say, always be wary of stocks going up on no volume, especially in a market like this right now. But there's nothing that jumps out at me that says anything other than for some reason it's caught a bid at $4. We can see here just under $4. For whatever reason it caught that bid. So you got that base right there. So for whatever that's worth, got the smiley face developing. But I couldn't give you a reason one way or the other there, Peter. I just, if you're interested in it, you have a plan. I'll give you my old, if someone put a gun to my head and said, I don't care if you win or lose on this trade, how would you manage it? I'd probably manage it with, I'm torn between if I'd want to use this rising EMA as my stop, or if I'd use a $5 stop. Just that $5 to give up $1.40. That's kind of tough. And where are we looking at up here? Yeah, to give up $1.40 for maybe $2 or so. Not even $2 for $1.75. That's kind of tough for me. So I'd probably, on a conservative level, I'd probably say as soon as it lost its momentum going up, I wouldn't be interested anymore. So I'd probably use either, I use an 8 EMA in general, but maybe if you wanted to try for a little less conservative to get a little more space, maybe a 13 EMA is something I might try to look at instead, a rising 13 EMA. So I'm trying to think of where this EMA is going to be tomorrow. That's not math I can do off the top of my head. But EMAs react much faster than SMAs, as they don't suffer from the drop-off effect that SMAs do. So, that's what I could give you for thoughts on that there one, Peter. Definitely want to keep an eye, that level there. I mean, if you want to play it ultra conservative, then I would say, using this here, the low of today. I'd use the low of well, that's really the low of today, I guess, huh? And for some reason, price is finding traction right at this level right here, so I'd probably use something in this zone. That would be another look at it. GLTB, what are you doing? Why are you still racing? Oh, post-market earnings. That's why. Software reproducing. Properties show post-market. Wow, what a move that made. 32 to 40, an $8 range. I'd say that's a wowzer. And that isn't a pretty serious downtrend, I would say. It's a new issue too, so if this thing were to take out there, I mean, where does it stop? 0? It kind of needs to catch a bit at this point. Let's see what's David got for us. KBE. Well, if the market continues to roll over, this becomes one of those, you never shorten the whole, but now all of a sudden, pullback alert the opposite way, all right? So, we had this really nice trend, all right? And now that trend is broken. So, look, we make higher lows, right? And we were making higher highs. However, the winds have now changed with this, all right? And now we're making lower highs here, all right? And now we're making lower lows here. And so, for those that like to play things to the short side here, if the market's going to continue to roll over, all right, now shorting the whole would have been shorting down here somewhere. Well, we've got a relief bounce now, all right, for whatever reason. Now, could this thing keep going? Absolutely. We have no idea, all right? But we've seen relative weakness in this over the last couple of months now. And so is this the trend? Is that the overall trend now? And we might consider a short position breaking the low of today, or breaking a low candle of today. All right? So to put your short hats on, and another way to look at it. The banks were leaders for a long time, especially regional banks. However, we're not seeing that leadership currently right now. We could draw lines all over the place and make whatever conclusion we want. I mean, you could draw a line on a chart to make yourself believe whatever you wanted. But I will say, overall with the banks, like most of the market, you got a very long range, all right? And a lot of things are moving to the low of that range once again. Also, I wouldn't be messing around too much with with banks, especially with the Fed making a decision or whatever they do on Wednesday. That's not an area I'd mess with. Oh, right, right. I see what you're doing there, David. Tying it in with Dave. Mike C makes a good point too with the, especially those low floaters. You got to watch the pre-markets, right? I don't watch pre-market. It doesn't really affect anything I'm doing. Fed and quad witching, my goodness. Yeah, I won't be entering anything long term this week. That's for sure. No way, Jose. Yeah, there you go. Popcorn and soda. That's a good call there. Perfect circle. Unless something's jumping out at me in any of these races, I probably use the week. A, I have a lot of support stuff to do, and B, I'll probably tomorrow morning I'll mess around and create a new race or two and let those run and see what happens. I don't really have any ideas of what I'm going to base those races on whatsoever right now. It kind of just comes to me like lightning in a bottle when I start opening top lists and going through filters. But I won't be I won't be trying to be a hero this week. That's for sure. I'll let things kind of come to me. I suspect what you'll see on Fed Day, like you always do, is the market will make a new high and then make a new low, or make a new low and then make a new high. No particular order on that after the Fed decision comes out, and then you'll see some reaction when Jay Powell starts talking. And usually, whatever the final reaction is on Wednesday, you flip to the opposite side of that on Thursday, and then we'll see what happens Friday. That's generally been the playbook for the last 10 years. But we're in new territory right now. We're just in new territory. That's all there is. We haven't had this kind of selling off like this in a very, very long time. And that's all there is to it. So I maintain, don't force it. Don't force it. I understand everybody wants to make money. They want to pad their income. They want to add to it. Sometimes not losing money is the play. For me, that's kind of what I'll be looking at this week. If I don't trade, I don't trade. That's that. So I know it's kind of everybody wants the big action and all those things like that, but sometimes it just ain't there. So, all right, we're at just about at 4:30. So wrap up for the day. I thank everybody for coming in. Hopefully you got some Brokerage Plus questions answered, whether you had them or didn't have them. And again, I really recommend people trade the table 2.0. No, I just I traded a couple things for my stock races today. That was it. I didn't even hardly look at anything else. You're welcome, Mike C. Barry will be back here tomorrow morning. Let's see, tomorrow's Tuesday, so you get Michael tomorrow for an hour at noon Eastern. Then Barry will come stomping back, take back over. I'll be back here at 3:30 tomorrow. Do this all over again. And that's that. What you're saying, table 2.0. Is it a Market Explorer scan are you talking about, David? I know he's been adding stuff. That's right, perfect circle. Table 2.0. What I'm curious, David, what are you referencing? Oh, okay. All right. You too, David. I will hopefully I'll catch you here tomorrow if you can escape. I know your schedule is a little jumbled for getting here sometimes. So, all right, everybody, thanks for popping in, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day wherever you are.